begin this special board meeting of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. We will start, if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will give you a quick report out of closed session. Negotiations. The board received information on current negotiations. The board, on item 3.2, the board was updated on one case of discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment of a public employee. And then on 3.3, the board received information on existing litigation in conference with legal counsel regarding MDUSD versus Clayton Valley Charter High School. And that is the report out of open session. And now we will move along to roll call. So the first, I will start Ms. Mayo.
Here.
Ms. Durkee.
Here.
Ms. Mason.
Here.
Ms. Cound.
Here.
All right. And now we'll move along to public comment. So we have at least 2 or 3 speakers this evening. And so in light of that, this board feels that it's obviously we are looking at some very important issues. We want to hear from our public, so we will give people the opportunity. We will limit public comment to 2 minutes in order to streamline it a bit. We do have, I think, the predominance of items are on either 8.1, which is public comment. People will also have an opportunity to speak regarding the individual items, so either under 9.2 or 9.3. So if your card is up here and it has a different number, if it's not in public comment, we will still get to you on 9.2 and 9.3, and we'll still have the same rules apply, that we'll go ahead and limit comment to 2 minutes. So with that, I will go ahead and take the first few speaker cards. I'll read the person coming up and then the next person. Our first speaker is Jenny Ross, followed by Liz Austin.
Hi, my name is Jenny Ross, and I'm an English learner support teacher at Monty Gardens and Silverwood Elementary School. I'm here tonight to speak about the proposed budget cuts to the English learner department. Okay. Better? All right, can I start again? Can everybody hear? Yes. Okay. Hi, my name is Jenny Ross, and I'm an English learner support teacher at Monty Gardens and Silverwood Elementary School. I'm here tonight to speak about the proposed budget cuts to the English learner department. The district proposal shows the elimination of all EL support teacher positions. I think this would be devastating to the English learners in our district, and I hope you will reconsider your position on this. We serve a vital purpose to the English learner population in our district, and we are a critical part of making sure this district stays in compliance with all federal and state regulations and mandates. The students that we work with on a daily basis are some of the most vulnerable, at-risk students in the district. We work with students who are trying to navigate a new country, new language, new culture, and new friends, in addition to so many other challenges. We work with students who may not get much help at home because their parents are also learning English. We work with students who may have grown up here but still struggle to attain proficiency in English and need support to do this. At the elementary level, these services are so important to give students the extra help they need in order to reclassify by the time they get to middle school. Studies have found that students who do not attain proficiency in English in elementary school have a very difficult time achieving proficiency as they move on to middle and high school. We are the first line of support to help these students and families who are trying to learn how to survive and thrive here. We provide services to our students that classroom teachers may be unable to do during the course of the school day with a full classroom of other students. We are there to support our teachers and to help our EL students learn to read and write in English in order to give them the tools needed to succeed academically. We are working with students every single day. Our English learners make up 20% of the population of our district, over 6,000 students. We work to make sure that MDUSD is in compliance with both state and federal regulations and mandates. We are monitored by the state of California and the Office of Civil Rights to ensure that our English learners are receiving the support they are entitled to.
Thank you. That's the end of your time. If you have a final thought, you can share that.
Okay, I'm going to read my last part. We are continually providing documentation and monitoring to ensure that we stay in compliance with these programs. If we are not there to do this, the district will quickly be out of compliance and the needs of our English learners will not be met. Thank you.
Liz Austin, followed by Simone Santana.
Hi, my name is Liz Austin. I'm an EL support teacher, and I've been working in this district since 2000. The role of the English learner support teacher mirrors the goals of the California Department of Education's support of school districts and has a direct impact on students, teachers, principals, parents, and office staff. The goal is to help support schools to ensure that English learners acquire full proficiency in English as rapidly and as effectively as possible and attain parity with native speakers of English. At the same time, ensure that English learners within a reasonable period of time achieve the same rigorous grade level academic standards that are expected of all students. In a moment, Simone's going to describe our direct impact on students. I'm going to be addressing our responsibilities that include the support of monitoring and improved performance of English learners, the students outlined in the Mount Diablo Unified School District English Learner Master Plan, which was adopted by the school board on October 23rd, 2002. These tasks help teachers, principals, and office staff remain in compliance and support English learner acquisition at our schools. We currently manage the student catch-up plan as part of the English learner review team process, which was outlined in this master plan of over 3,600 elementary English learner students. We do this 3 times a year, and we monitor students not making adequate progress. We work in collaboration with principals and teachers. The English learner compliance paperwork, which is the pink folders in our CUMs, also is a completion of the cumulative record and just a documentation of the compliance. There is also a DEP test, the Developmental English Proficiency Test, which is done once a year as part of the report card at some sites. The Reclassified Fluent English Proficient, the RFEP students compliance paperwork is done twice a year, where we have 1,200 elementary English learner sites that need to be monitored.
We're at your time.
Okay, and that's within 4 years. So the English learner students need more support and not less support at our elementary school level. Thank you.
Simone, the father of 2 CYO champion winning basketball players, and then followed by Samantha Altman.
Hello, my name is Simon Santana, as you said, and I work as an ELD support teacher at Meadow Homes Elementary. I'm very passionate about the students I serve and about what I do to help the community I work with, and many of you know that. I have been a bilingual and ELD teacher for 20 years. I want to say for everybody that I do not want any educator to lose his or her job. We are all important. I have attended 2 budget solutions presentations, and in both of them repeated that the district would have to reduce positions. This is very sad but understandable in this situation, but the proposed recommendation to reduce the number of ELD support teachers is not a reduction. It's a decimation. You are cutting all of us. If you know the proposed reduction, they're recommending to cut almost 14 positions. That's pretty much saying all of us. I don't understand why they're dismantling the ELD department. It's insane. That's it. Oh, 1 minute. As we said, we work with tons of students that need a lot of support, and many of them are in Title I schools. They're foster care kids, homeless, and migrant students. We do a lot of interactions with our kids. I have newcomer groups, like my friends. One example, I have a 5th grade group this year, with 2 kids from Afghanistan, 2 from El Salvador, 1 from Mexico, 1 from Guatemala. Every day when they see me, they're saying, when are you stopping testing so we can go back and work with you? We are important for them. And all my colleagues do the same thing. At Meadow Homes, this year alone, we have 31 newcomers. Sorry, last year, okay, between 1st and 5th grade. This year, we have 38 new students, and 2 more came last week. So these kids need help. And, sorry. And you know, Meadow Homes has 565 ELD students. Who is going to provide support to my students and all the thousands of ELD students we have in the district? I don't understand why you guys, no you, sorry, I'm sorry, this is too passionate. Why are we are the target in this horrible situation. This is not, I don't see the equal equitative part on these cats, and I'm devastated, sorry. Thank you.
Samantha Altmore, followed by Carmen Torres Torres.
Good evening, my name is Samantha Altamari. I've been an English learner support teacher in Mount Diablo for 6 years. I currently support Wren, Valhalla, and Westwood. Along with my colleagues, I am devastated at the elimination of our jobs. Eliminating our jobs does not eliminate our obligation to English learners. We work hard on behalf of English learners because we are passionate about helping them, but also because it is mandated by state and federal law. If we are not here to do our work, how will it get done? What is the plan? You're now familiar with the Mount Diablo Master Plan for English Learners that Liz showed you a little while ago, that some of you were here when it was voted into place. It was in 2012, not 2002. The Master Plan's mission is to provide rich, meaningful, and highly effective programs for English learners to ensure success for all. In the Master Plan, English learners, EL support teachers' roles are clearly defined. It says English learner support teacher will be assigned to each site. English learner support teacher will work closely with site principals and staff, district staff to organize services for English learners, maintenance and usage of assessment data, monitoring of students' progress, and reclassification. Have you decided to abandon the master plan? Do you understand the consequences of not following through with what is in the plan? Every year we go through federal program monitoring by the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. During our last FPM, we were found to be in compliance due to the procedures documented in the master plan. All of our duties are necessary in order to stay in compliance with federal and state mandates for English learners. If our positions are eliminated, we will quickly fall out of compliance. If we are not here to do this work, how will it get done? I would also like to point out that in reviewing the comments from the budget survey, the role of EL support, it was not...
Final thought to finish up, please.
So my last point is that I have a list here for all of you that has the roles, all the duties of the EL support teachers. And I ask you once again, if we are not here to do this work, how will it get done?
After Carmen, we have Ella Lalia.
Good evening, Mount Diablo Unified School District community. My name is Carmen Torres Torres. Local 1 asked me CST unit president. I am trying to make it clear because I noticed that in the PowerPoint presentations, my unit is just referred as CST, and the other units have the actual unit. So we are Local 1 asked me CST. Thank you. Then I would like to start with a correction on your PowerPoint document, page 3, under the intentional deficit spending included. Added hours to classify roles, increase student support aides. My unit, we didn't have any added hours. Our hours were restored. I still have many positions that are still 7 hours. The 30 elementary secretaries are still 30 hours. I have intermediate typist clerk, they're still 19 and a half hours a week at some sites. So no other hours were added to my members. So that's one correction. Oh, okay. So let's go. I really don't know where to start. Waiting until 5:01 to upload the PowerPoint document was awful. But to see the proposed cut is like a slow agony. My question to you, board members, Superintendent Dr. Martinez and CBO Lisa Gonzalez, did you take the time to study the effect of cutting counselors, music teachers, PE teachers, the EL program, resource, or were you too busy interviewing for another director position, the risk management position? Or working on another sneaky way to hire another consultant? These decisions would drastically affect the Mount Diablo Unified School District students, not just staff. I am also a grandmother of 2 kids at the district, and my grandson has been waiting to be able to take music in his school. A well-rounded education includes art, music at a young age. I urge you to start the class at the very top. Thank you.
Ella Lilia, followed by Jessica Segares.
Hi, I'm Ella Lulu, and I'm here to discuss why the music program shouldn't be cut. The values of having music programs in schools are great. If you play an instrument and you enjoy it, you know that it's not only fun, but it's also very educational. Playing an instrument is very fun and a very nice activity for you to do. It also helps you academically. Studies show that a person who plays an instrument of any sort for at least a long period of time does well in testing, especially math. They have a greater IQ. It also is proven to help settle down anxiety or a depression. Music is a very soothing and calming activity that people will play or listen to, and it helps. If you were to cut the music program, it would not only crush many children's dreams who either would love to, one, go into it or continue it, but it would probably lower the scores of many test scores, which isn't the best thing. Also, just to know that many people out there are wanting to actually play an instrument to either have fun or to get academically better, and to know that it'll be cut will definitely lower the test scores of many. I personally was never very good at math until I started playing the violin in 4th grade. I'm in 7th grade and I still continue playing the violin, and I plan to continue until 12th grade. And I'm now in accelerated math, and I feel like the violin is just a very wonderful thing and gift. And I just hope you understand that no music program should ever be shut down, now or ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. Next up is Jessica, and then Ernesto Perez.
Hello, my name is Jessica Seegers. I work at Shaylands Preschool. It's my 4th year there. It's the school conveniently located right behind the district office. Please stop by and visit us sometime. You guys are always welcome. We have kids from 3 to 5 at the school. We have 9 classes, over 90 kids, and I am here to tell you about a huge safety concern we have in one of our autism-specific classes. It's a teacher that we promoted from an SEA, so I know that you guys have been doing that a lot, and that solves problems higher up, but it also creates holes. And this class has 4 SEA openings out of 4. So every day we're getting 2 people from Swing, the agency you guys are contracting with, paying them. I don't know how much you're paying to do that. I'm sure you're paying those people more than the current SEAs that you employ. It's a huge safety concern. Every day we have to try to figure out how to help them get to the playground and off the playground. Today I had to tell the teacher, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm down a staff person. I have no sub for that staff person. We are stretched so thin. These are your youngest kids in the district. They need a lot of support, and if you invest in the support now, we work so hard to help them, get to where they can go, but we need your support. I looked today on EdJoin, no jobs were listed. I looked on the MDUSD website, 2 jobs were listed as SEA 1s. Just as you know, anybody who works at Shaylands as an SEA does toileting, so they should be listed as SEA 2s. We have 6 positions open. So I need you guys to get to your HR department and get going on this, because I hear there's 77 vacancies across the district in assistants. Yep. We need your support, because it all falls on the other assistants that work even harder. They're not making a lot of money. It works on the teachers. We're stressed out. We need your support. Thank you.
We have Ernesto Perez, followed by Nathan Carmier Knapp, and then also Angela Stewart.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Ernesto Perez, and I'm here as a junior from Concord High School, and I have been playing since I was in 6th grade. I would have played in elementary, but we did not have music back then. So today I want to ask you to please don't cut the music program. I have I have a learning disability, and music has helped me so much in my learning, academics, and it has taught me to stay and be just as I am when I'm playing in percussion. So please don't take music away, because there is others that need music to learn. 4th and 5th graders need to learn how to read music to get better in middle school and high school. So please don't take away music from elementary, and you can make a lot of family. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Martinez and the board. My name is Nathan Cormier Knox. I am a counselor at Sequoia Middle School. I've been there for 4 years. Thank you. We all stand here in opposition to the reduction in counseling that is being proposed. I actually had a whole speech, and I suppose I'm going to speak from the heart. You received letters from me and many other things. I believe the district is not being creative enough with the ways in which they are considering cuts and also considering funding sources. I do not want to speak for my peers, but off the cuff and spitballing, so to speak, I think we have a 195-day contract. Could that be adjusted? Just the math alone, I was thinking somewhere in $150,000 range if all of us were to be reduced. I do not believe that the district is being as creative as they could be, and I want to yield to my co-counselor.
So you can't yield. You've got a minute left, and then I have a second speaker card, so she would get a. So I have the next person up.
And I say thank you for listening.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I've got Angela Stewart, followed by Julie Miller.
All right. Hello. Thank you for listening to us. I know you guys are faced with a lot of really difficult decisions, and it must not be easy. I handed you something because being a middle school counselor, my students don't drive, and their parents, would fall on them to get them here. So I decided to speak a little bit from their heart, and I'm going to read briefly. I wanted you to see their handwriting is why you have this. Please insert any one of these names of the people standing behind me. They have my names on them, but it could be any one of us. So with that, thanks for being there. Thanks for being there for me and kind of taking me under your wing. I hope I can reach my goal, which was to not get in a fight every day. Thank you also for calming me down and being supportive and not judging me. I also want to say you kinda saved my heart and my life. And those are just some words from a student. And one last one that I'll read was from this boy who was painfully shy, very awkward, and kind of invisible in our school. He wrote to any one of us, "Thank you for being amazing and inspiring me to be my best. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me at lunch and commenting on my drawings. I hope you enjoy these as a token of gratitude," and he made me lemon bars. So without getting too emotional, this is why we're counselors with all of us. Our students, they need us. There's invisible students, there's students that we're working with every day to just the goal not to get in a fight. They have anger issues, they have other stuff going on, and we're there, we're visible, we're not just sitting in our offices, we're out and about. We do so many programs, so many clubs, we touch so many students, and I really believe all of us standing here wouldn't be doing anything else. So please look at us as a group and as a whole, and thank you.
Julie Miller, followed by Barbara Grattan. Swimming upstream, got it. Oh, no problem. And when I announce the second speaker, if they'd like to come on up, we can do that. Barbara Grattan.
I'm Julie Miller. I'm here, I'm a 20-year teacher, elementary physical education teacher here in Mount Diablo. So I was the first hired when the program was developed. So I'm here 20 years later, hair a different color and all that, because I'm passionate about my job, as we all are. So I'm here on behalf of our program. We have a small voice, but a large impact. There's only 5 credentialed elementary physical education teachers in our district, but we serve all 30 elementary schools. We teach only the 4th and 5th graders. That's not the norm. The norm nationally is to teach 1st through 5th, but we're happy, to at least have 4th and 5th graders. So we each have about 1,200 students we see weekly. So, we feel the district, it's a pretty good bang for the buck with just 5 teachers. We know that physical education has mandated minutes because healthy body, healthy mind. Brain research shows that students who are physically active learn better. So we can see improved academic scores. Social emotional learning is actually written into our standards, so that's another benefit of keeping physical education. You'll see sportsmanship, teamwork, and communication. That benefits at recess and before and after schools. And the focus now is on developing competent movers for life. We want to focus, there's a lot of students that do sports, but there's a lot that don't. So we focus on students, we serve the ones that are not athletes and want to give them the skills to be physically active and competent for their whole lives. Students still love PE at this age, and I think that's a great hook getting them into middle school and high school. We feel like we've got physical education. We want to keep it. We don't need additional outside programs. We just need to keep the ones we have. Thank you.
Following Barbara, we have Julia Jameson.
Does this start on its own?
We got you.
Okay. Hi. Hi, my name is Barbara Grattan, and I am not a teacher from this district. I am actually a retired PE teacher from Hayward Unified, and I'm here to support the elementary PE program. I've taught at both elementary and middle school levels. And I'm a committee member of the K-8 Elementary Physical Education Workshop, which is held at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo every summer for almost 50 years. I emailed everyone also with my reasons why you should not cut elementary PE, and I hope you were able to read that. So I don't want to go over that those points again, but I do want to say that physical education is the foundation for students to learn how to be healthy and active throughout their lives. There are countless studies that have documented the many benefits of physical activity and physical education, including improved memory, reduced stress, increased mood, reduced risk for illnesses such as high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol, boosting mental health, boosting self-confidence, self-esteem, and increasing academic performance in the classroom. There are countless studies on this. I have shared 2 articles with you that I hope you have an opportunity to review. They document the effect on academic performance from physical education on students that has been documented from the CDC, Columbia University, Universities of Illinois, West Virginia, California. And the first article is from School Specialty in 2017. The second article is from the American Academy of Pediatrics, where they say physical activity, especially physical education, improves classroom behaviors and benefits several aspects of academic achievement, especially mathematics-related skills, reading, and composite scores in youth. I urge you to please read these articles. There are too many reasons to keep elementary physical education, no reason to eliminate it because of the many benefits, and you will only be doing a huge disservice to the students of Mount Diablo Unified School District and their future if you eliminate elementary physical education. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, after this, we have Alyssa Juarez.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Martinez. My name is Julia Jameson, and I'm an English teacher at Mount Diablo High School. The cuts that have been proposed by the district are not putting students first. Eliminating 55 classroom teaching positions does not serve students, even if it saves money. I am particularly concerned about cuts to secondary education, given that we still have unresolved overages, partially as a result of last year's reduction in force. If we have another reduction in force this year, we will only perpetuate these overages, which again, do not serve students. This year at Mount Diablo High School, we had a vacancy that was never filled. A quarter into the school year, this situation was resolved by teachers accepting .2s that they did not want so that students would have a teacher. We still have, to this day, 6 class size overages that have not been resolved. As an added note, many of those teachers haven't been paid for the overages either, even though they've had them since the first day of school. I recognize that none of us want cuts. I recognize that there's no easy or obvious place to make cuts. Well, in some ways might be more obvious to some of us than others. But cutting classroom teachers should be the last thing that a school district tasked with the education of children should cut. Thank you.
We have Craig Yen after Alyssa.
Okay. I'm going to speak quickly.
Board members, Dr. Martinez, thank you for taking the extra time to carefully evaluate the propositions that have been put before you tonight. I'm very saddened by the amount of credentialed teachers that are listed and how much the positions listed for cuts will negatively affect our students. I urge you to dig deeper into what cuts can be made at the district administration level. I noticed that only 6 positions are listed for cuts at that level, and unlike the credentialed positions, they are not specific. So I wonder, as you should you, what positions are being cut? If we are top heavy, that means the positions that need to be cut are the top positions, not the assistants or the assistants of assistants. Those not sound quite redundant. Please look into these positions. I understand that these may be your friends or people you work with closely every day, but in reality, they are not in direct contact with students every single day. So, I'd like to talk to you about the cuts to the library program. I'd like to point out that the presentation from before was wrong. There have never been any additions to the elementary library program since the end of the recession. Now, I know that you're planning to cut all the secondary librarians and replace them with IMAs. I would ask that you carefully consider what real value this cut would be to the district. If you replace this with instructional media assistants, this means that libraries would not be able to open during lunches, brunches, or during classes unless students were accompanied by a teacher. IMAs are not credentialed employees and therefore cannot supervise students. If you're thinking to just ask the IMAs to open anyway, perhaps you should check with that risk assessment guy to see how much we would be paying out in lawsuits should something happen to a student while they're being supervised by a person who should not be. I think that could be a lot more than the 50 plus 7,000 that you'll save by cutting us. And although it's not even the cost of one full-time teacher, if you were to cut the AVID program, however, you could not only cut all this, you could keep all the secondary librarians, but you'd also have $150,000 left over to save other positions. And while AVID is a nice program, it's not a must-have. I don't know any parents who are wandering around thinking, I'd love to put my kid back in the public school system if only they had AVID. This is not a program that brings anything unique to our district. Please, 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 our top-heavy district administrators are truly the wish-to-haves and nice-to-haves. Do your due diligence and ask questions. Find the redundant positions at the district level and work to get rid of those.
Craig Yan, followed by Devin Jackson.
My name is Craig Yen. I'm a teacher over at Valley Verde Elementary, part of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. 610 days without a contract. It's really sad that we are in the position that we are in today. We had a reserve of $83 million, and the report at the last board meeting, you were happy at that point that you were deficit spending to be able to put some of these positions and programs back into place. We had things like counselors. It's a yo-yo effect, where it is that, okay, no more counselors, okay, we have some counselors, okay, we have all these counselors, and then now we're looking at it again, back in the position where, oh, I'm sorry, we're out of money. We're back in the position again where it is that we made $30-some-odd million in cuts back in 2009. And at that time, we took away 4th grade and 5th grade instrumental music. Yeah. And our middle school teachers were saying how much that would have an impact. And just as we have been able to put those programs back into place and we've been seeing the results of the impact, we were just over at Foothill Middle School and we were able to see our 7th grade and 8th grade students showcase the music that they had been learning at this point. And it was really amazing what it is that they were doing. The term right size was used with the positions, and that was on the slide. It just is not right to say that we are right sizing, that it's okay to have class sizes of 30 within kindergarten through 3rd grade. It is embarrassing. The term cut with a scalpel was considered. Be mindful of those cuts that you make. They make a difference for our students.
Hello, so I'm Devin Jackson, and I'm a new site rep for my school, Foothill Middle School, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Medea, and I'm also here to speak on behalf of, I'm an 8th year teacher, but I remember being a first year, second year, I remember being a temporary, I remember being probe 1, I remember being probe 2, I remember getting that pink slip and just feeling devastated, absolutely devastated, because I was like, yes, I got my first job, and now I don't have it anymore. But I did have a principal, I did have support of coworkers, I had colleagues who were like, don't worry, students will be here next year, teachers are needed to teach our students. We need credentialed teachers. Budget reductions are not taking away credentialed teachers and certificated teachers and taking away librarians, taking away counselors, taking away ELD teachers, ALD teachers. We need these people, wonderful, dedicated teachers here in schools. Please do not cut them. And also, I'd like to also point out that March 15th is when the notices go out, and these next few days, this is going to be tough for new teachers, and they want to hear that you're on their side and support of their students and themselves. So the last thing I will say is schools and communities first. There is a petition, and I'd like everybody to please tomorrow to vote for that, and then again it will go on the November ballot where we can bring money back to schools. Thank you.
Brenda Duenas, and then Mary Gray.
My name is Brenda Duenas, and I am wearing a Medea shirt. However, I am not here just to represent our Medea members. I'm here for the students. There's some of them over here in the corner. These cuts that you are proposing to make, without ELD as it is today, my husband might have not have dropped out of school. Without music, my autistic granddaughter may not have become social. Without librarians, I may not have become a teacher. Without PE, our kids are going to be facing a lifelong morbid obesity and other health issues. At Bel Air Elementary School, we have kids who have tremendous trauma. You take our counselor away, these kids are going to have nowhere to go. So we're saying these programs directly affect the kids. And who is the extra work going to go on to? The teachers. And then with the burnt out teachers, it's going to affect the kids. I know this isn't an easy decision. I know any kind of budget cuts are hard, but the ones that are being proposed are directly going to affect the kids. Without TOSAs, the teachers are not going to get their support to become better teachers. I've called in TOSAs to help me with language arts, with math, when I've had a specific issue that I'm like, I don't know what else to do. It affects the kids. And I'm here because they're all our kids. They need these services. Without ELD in my class, I have first grade. Eric, he's just sitting right back here. Our kids would not have the support they need to become lifelong learners. And that's what our jobs are. Please, keep the cuts away from the kids.
Mary Gray, followed by Grace Parker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I know we've been here before. First of all, we did this in 2008-2009, and the experience has been that we always tend to cut music and art, and sometimes that's what makes a kid want to come to school. And I know I have a music major, maybe two at this point, I'm not sure yet, But that's where their passion is, and that's really critical. When you cut elementary school, which feeds into middle school, which feeds into high school, we end up with a real problem because then there's no music. So please reconsider. Secondly, have you talked to the actual teachers, not admin, but actual teachers and students? Sometimes they can tell you where the cuts are better effective, where it's best. Because my experience has been the cuts are always dictated and there's really not much discussion. Parents maybe, a handful of us parents will show up to these meetings, but ask the staff. These are the people who are directly in front. These are directly impacting our students. So please talk to them first before you go into actual cuts. Last but not least, in your recommendations for budget reductions, it looks like we have 10 high school teachers that might be whacked. Well, question for you. We were told today by some teachers that College Park is going to have 4.2 teachers that are going to be eliminated, or FTEs rather. So I need to know why we're being impacted more than the others, or if there's a reason, because we are the biggest high school in the district right now. So can you please at least rationalize, explain that to us so it's really not going to happen, or if it is, we need to have a good reason. Thank you very much.
Grace Parker, followed by Izzy Triana.
Good evening, Dr. Martinez and esteemed staff. I've heard from Joanne today, and I've heard from Sharice. And I just wanted to say that cutting the music, just like Mary said, is going to be a big problem, not just starting at the level of elementary, but that works its way into the middle schools and the high schools. I'd just like to turn around for a minute and ask, how many College Park kids do we have here? Raise your hand. How many Colford High students do we have? How many Northgate students do we have? And how many Ignacio Valley students do we have, band students? These kids could all be at home doing homework, yet they showed up today to play for this program. Not for themselves, but for the 4th and 5th graders. These kids mean something to them. These kids that we may not even know mean something to us. The program means something to us. The teachers from the levels of down below at 4th and 5th graders mean something to the middle school teachers, to our high school teacher. The kids here tonight, like I said, could be out doing something else. They go to school during the day. It's the one place that is safe for them. Not always on the field when they're doing PE. It's a great thing for them to have. But if you look at the numbers, a lot of these kids are involved in sports and in band. I do all the pep rallies. I see the kids, I have to get their instruments for them after they've played football or done track and go to a pep rally. So please, please, try and reconsider rearranging something for this, because these kids wouldn't be here tonight. They wouldn't have shown up. They wouldn't have done all that they did if this didn't mean something to them. And again, as everybody said, this is for the kids. This isn't for the adults. It really isn't even for the teachers. The teachers are very important, but the kids need this to survive. Thank you.
So Izzy, followed by Mona Ricard.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Izzy Trana. I'm Mary Gray's daughter. She's great. I'm a junior from College Park, and I'm here to follow up on why we should keep elementary school music. So first off, I'm sure you've heard the science. Music aids in cognitive development. We've heard amazing personal stories from students in this room who have said that it's personally benefited their ability to learn math and other aspects. And not only that, but it's great for team building. Nowhere else are you able to create such an amazing, wonderfully working team as you are in band. And also, it provides opportunities, especially to low-income children. Not only can you earn college scholarships from instrumental music, but it also aids students to have the opportunity to learn such an amazing instrument, which will help them be successful later on. And having this elementary school music and providing them with these instruments is a great step and a great foundation to having a successful life. And of course, we want to make sure that we give equal opportunity to all students, and music is a great way of doing that. So please try to make cuts that don't affect the classroom as much. Try to make them more at a higher level that don't directly impact our classrooms, our teachers, our class sizes. Please just consider other options, other cuts. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Good evening, school.
One second, sorry. Mona, and then followed by Patricia Kawahara.
Hi, I'm Mona Ricard. Well, it's good to, thank you for letting us speak here this evening and get our thoughts out on this process. We appreciate it. I am a long-term parent in Mount Diablo Unified School District, past PTA district member, and also a teacher in your district. And the main concern I want to bring up is we have some awesome teachers in our district. Sometimes you just don't realize how amazing and all the skills that they have. And even with that, because of the demands, we are required to cover everything a student needs. We need support, and credentialed teacher support. It's not an extra to have a librarian. A librarian is a vital and incorporated role in our support. It is not an extra for instrumental music, and it is not an extra for physical education. I've done all these individual things myself with my class, and know when you have some experts to help you, it makes a huge, huge difference. And even more importantly, there should have always been counselors for elementary school. Maybe we'll get you counselors. We have kids with horrible stress issues. Our society is very techno, and so many things come up for those students. And without those counselors who can help pull them aside, talk with them individually when we have a 34 in our classroom to try to meet each child's needs, we're not doing it. If we want equity, we need our credentialed teachers, and that includes the counselors.
Patricia, followed by Michael Bryant.
Good evening, and thank you, Board and Dr. Martinez. I'm Patricia Kawahara, and I'm the principal of Sequoia Elementary School. I'm wondering about the criteria that was used in ranking the programs in the four-tiered system. The elementary IB program was ranked as a Tier 3 program, and from our perspective as an IB candidate school, it should really be considered a Tier 1 program. We're presently implementing units that we've written, and we've aligned our entire character education with the IB learner profiles. Students are taking ownership of these learner profiles and their learning. For the past 2 years, the staff at Sequoia Elementary and the community has worked together to transform our school into an IB candidate school that's ready for IB approval next fall. And we're really proud of the work that we've done. So we invite you, when you consider the IB elementary program, to use a Tier 1 lens rather than a Tier 3 lens, because that is how it feels for those of us that live the program every day. Thank you.
Michael Bryant, followed by Anika Altman.
Good evening. I'm trying to figure out where the money went. I actually looked over the last 10 years, the school bonds that we signed, my property taxes have gone up, and you guys are talking about cutting programs. What the hell? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit annoyed about all this, but you guys have been here. You guys have sat there. You got a teacher's contract on the table right now, and you're talking about firing teachers again. You're talking about cutting programs. Where is the money? I know there's projects that have not been done. Sequoia, College Park, they have projects that have not been done. The money's been approved. Where is the money? Where is everything going? You guys have me questioning. I don't understand. I'd like an explanation. And the last question, do any of you have children in the school district anymore? Why are you trying to cut your own kids' programs? Don't do this. Find another way.
So after Anika, we have William Mims. And I would encourage people to, if they would like to stick around for the presentations, to talk about exactly where the money has gone and the fact that, for some of us, it is intensely personal because it does impact our children as well. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Annika Altman, and I'm a sophomore at College Park High School. I take night classes at Diablo Valley College in addition to my high school load. Tonight, I am making a request that you do not cut elementary instrumental music. I have been playing clarinet since I was in 4th grade. That is 7 years, counting this year. Band has just grown my love for music. I've gotten older, and band over the years become more and more meaningful to me in my life. Band is my community of people I know I can turn to when I need anything. Band is a place where I can be who I am without shame and without worrying about how other people will view me. Band has given me a strong work ethic and determination to reach for my goals. I understand that the district must make budget cuts, but please consider protecting instrumental music and the arts. Thank you.
I have Willie Mims, and then I have 3 speakers who were listed on public comment prior to closed session, so I'll read those names in a moment and give them an opportunity if they would like to speak here, since I don't think they spoke at closed session. So, Mr. Mims.
To the board, to the community, for President, Superintendent, Willie Mims, Education Chair of East County NAACP, and I also represent Pittsburgh Black Work Association. I was somewhat baffled as I listened to all of the speakers speak on an item that's on the agenda. So they're talking about budget cuts, that's on the agenda. So why did you allow them to speak on an item that you will not make any comment on? Because those are public comments. I mean, so I'm trying to figure that out. Because each of the items that they're talking about are on your agenda. So that's somewhat baffling to me. I think that was a mistake because you're not, if the item is already on the agenda, then you're not supposed to be speaking on it until it comes up on the agenda. So these people then got up here and spoke on an item that's on the agenda, and you're not going to give any comment back to me. So I want you to be careful, because that was actually a Brown Act violation. The people you should have stopped it. And told them to put the speaker cards in on a 9.2, 9.3, or 10.1. So I have no comments right now, because I'll have to wait till those items come up. Thank you.
I have Laura Siragusa and Missy Gilbart, who were both listed on public comment for closed session. Are they still here?
Good evening. My name is Laura Siragusa, and this is Missy Gilbark, and we're the counselors at Oak Grove Middle School. We have the great support of all of our counselors behind us, and we're going to tell you a little bit about what our job entails. We have many different roles at our school, some of which include academic counseling for students with D's and F's, parent meetings, PBIS for positive school culture, course cards for 8th grade students going on to high school to create a warm handoff, transitions from middle school from 5th grade to middle school, individual small group counseling, suspension reentry support, and all with a ratio of 400 to 1. The most important part of my job, though, is to make sure that students are feeling safe at home and at school. We provide both physical and emotional support for students. We are well versed in filling out SCAR reports, meaning suspected child abuse. All of these people behind me are also very well versed in that. We additionally contact Concord PD and the Sheriff's often to receive support for phone calls, because our main job is to support our students and to protect them. We are the adults they confide in, whether it be for somebody to listen to them or to help advocate for them and to support them with the resources they may not have access to. Many of our students, especially at Oak Grove, have experienced trauma far beyond what any human should have experienced. Some of the trauma may be from fleeing a violent country, witnessing domestic violence, or experiencing symptoms of depression and anxiety on a daily basis, and we are the frontline support for that. Without our presence and knowledge on campuses, students would fall through the cracks, which is another important part of our job, is to conduct safety assessments, something that we are all specifically trained in as counselors. Students are brought to us when they are in danger of self-harming or having suicidal ideations, and it is our job to make sure that we are providing the best support to them. We make sure to follow up with them in all situations so that they make sure that they know that they are important and have a trusted adult in their corner.
My name is Missy Gilbag. Nora mentioned a lot of things that we do in our daily work. Some other things include peer mediations and restorative practices, coordinating services such as with the psychologist, the nurse, Fred Finch, Project Success, and Mindful Life Project at Oak Grove. We refer and participate students to the care team. We communicate with all outside providers to the students we're working with. We run leadership and mentorship groups. We provide brief intervention for students who may be experimenting with substance use. We support the 8th grade community project groups. We do check-in, check-out with several students on a daily basis. All of this is already a challenge with a ratio of 1 to 400, even with an amazing partner. But we have more students than we do have time in a school day to serve. With the proposed cuts, there would potentially be 1 counselor at Oak Grove Middle School. That's 1 to 700. That's well over the American School Counselor Association recommendation of 250 to 1. You may argue that not every student needs counseling. We'd argue against that due to the many students who suffer from depression and anxiety during these tough middle school years. These issues cannot be addressed in the classroom. However, they have a tremendous impact on the classroom. Students who are not emotionally regulated are less likely to be academically successful. Our role as a counselor, one of our roles, is to provide students with support to regulate their emotions in order to access their education. As Joanne Durkee stated, we do not want students to just survive, we want students to thrive. Due to our jobs having impact later down the road or in ways that are not as visible as standardized test scores, it's difficult for people to understand what we provide to students on a daily basis. It's also difficult for people to understand because we aren't at liberty to just speak about the work that we do with students because we're bound by confidentiality as school counselors. We do a lot every day. We constantly have to be ready to do whatever comes our way in addition to the things that we've planned on doing in the day. Before you make any decisions to cut any programs, we just challenge you to come to our schools, speak to our students, visit our offices, and see the things that we do for our students and our community.
Before we move to our next couple speaker cards, I'm struggling to understand, we have doors open and the air conditioner on. Is there... Is it incredibly hot back there? Yes. It is. Okay, then we'll keep going. All right. Yeah, if you want, move up towards the front. It's nice and chilly up here. We have Kimberly Bernal and then Anita Johnson.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Bernal. I've been in the music program for, I started my 5th grade because that's when they offered it. It wasn't like 4th grade or anything. But I wanted to start off with music saved my life. And I know a lot of people say that, but I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the programs, the music program that was offered to me. I had all this pent-up anger and I didn't know what to do with it. And because I was able to play all those instruments that I did, I'm here today, and I can guarantee that's going to save so many other people. Just think about that when you think of what programs to cut. I know you've cut it before, and I bet it had a big impact. And I guess I'll just end with, music is a universal language. Don't be the reason that it goes extinct. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Anita Johnson, President of Mount Diablo Education Association. I I want to thank all of you for taking the time to listen to all of our comments, not just tonight, but in the previous weeks and at the budget meetings, and the commitments that you have made to us about, and I really trust that you will look for the solutions that have the least impact on the students, and I really appreciate that. I would like to speak to the audience and remind everyone that the reason that we are in this situation is because the state of California does not adequately fund our schools. And a real solution we're working on right now is called Schools and Communities First. We need people to sign petitions to put this on the ballot for November. If you haven't signed yet, please raise your hand and I will give you a petition.
All right, thank you. That is the conclusion of public comment. We will be moving to the agenda items. There will be comment cards on those. I'm going to go ahead and ask for the presentations first and then open it up for public comment. And so Dr. Martinez. Oh, sorry, yeah, I was going to say yours. We'll move 9.1 to the end, although yeah, we'll just, I'm sure, waiting in suspense, but we'll move 9.1 to the end. Very good. Thank you so much. What I'm going to have is our Chief Business Official and our Director of Fiscal, our Interim Director of Fiscal, come to the dais. We do have a presentation that we're going to provide. That presentation is updated in its latest iteration. There were copies in the back as well for distribution. We're going to walk through some of the data there that speaks to, again, not to be overly redundant, but we think it's important to share the structure of where we are and how we've gotten here. And it will describe a number of the recommendations that the board has been asked to consider. The recommendations that we're looking at, again, you'll hear this several times through the night, are truly seeking to address the structural deficit that we have in our out years. Again, as a district, we are responsible for indicating to the state always that we can meet our responsibilities for paying for our expenditures with the revenues that we have in the current year and the 2 subsequent years. So when we have fiscal changes to our budget, we have to account for and be able to prove that we can maintain the fiscal security of our district in our budget development process. With that, again, I'm going to have Dr. Lisa Gonzalez come to the front, and she'll be joined by Mika Arbelbayed in a few minutes. So again, we're going to go through the presentation at this point. Skip 9.1. We need the next item, please. 9.3. We need the presentation that's in 9.3, please. What I will speak to is that document that was just up, it provides, again, some contextual background. It is not the presentation.
Good evening, President Lawrence, members of the board, Superintendent Martinez, and members of the community that are here this evening. This presentation tonight is going to cover a number of components. We're going to share the budget process. We're going to go to the 30,000-foot level and really talk about budgeting with public education. We're going to share some information about specific reports, certification options, and types of revenue. We are also going to talk about books and supplies in a line item that it seems to be there's been a lot of questions about, so that's a new slide that's been added to this presentation since last Friday night. We're going to take a look at some of the budget cuts that have taken place within the last 12 years. We're going to discuss the specific shortfall for this year, for 2021, as well as the structural deficit issue that we are trying to address. We're going to take a look at a couple of timelines that are important, one that is upon us for March 15th for our certificated positions, which is both teachers and administrators. Counselors are in that group as well. We will take a look at the classified timeline. We're going to take a look at budget adjustments, some of the vacancy savings that we've had so far, department recommendations for reductions that we've already done mid-year. We're going to take a look at some programs and services, share a little bit about revenue enhancements, and then there's probably going to need to be a group of us that tag team any questions that the board may have. Mika will be joining me. She is our Interim Director of Fiscal Services. She will be joining me for parts of this presentation. So we'd like to start by talking about the budget process in California. So the challenge that we have with our budget is that it is due by the end of June every year. The board must approve a budget after we do a hearing in the month of June. Our budget, unlike the business world, is built on a number of assumptions. Some of those assumptions come internally. We're making assumptions based on our enrollment projections. We're taking a look at money that we expect will come in, but for the most part, the state of California also provides us with a number of assumptions that we have to act on. The challenge in previous years has been that sometimes the state of California doesn't approve its budget until well after the end of June, which means that we've already set our budget for the next year, and the state can come back and make some changes. If that happens, and sometimes that does happen mid-year, it means that we have an even greater challenge, because if we have to reduce our budgets or we're not going to get the money that we're intending to get from the state of California, we still have all of our employees, or almost all of our employees, for the rest of that school year. So when you look at public school budgeting versus the business world, it's really backward and not terribly effective. So these are some of the things that we take into account when we start working with our budget.
Hi, so school district, we are required to report to the state 4 times a year. The first one is adopted budget. This is due by June 30th. As Dr. Gonzalez said, this has to be done before state budget is approved. As a matter of fact, we are currently working on next year's school budget. And the next one is first interim. This is for financial status as of October 31st. Second interim, which is we are currently working on, this is the financial status by January 31st. And then the last one is unaudited actual. This is to report not the budget, but how actual spending happened in the school year. There are 3 types of certification for these state reports. The first one is positive certification. This is where we can show the district can meet financial obligations not only the current year, but next 2 subsequent years. And the other one is qualified. This is 1 of 3 years we cannot meet the financial obligation, which means our ending fund balance is not enough to have a 3% state required reserve. And when we have a negative certification, this means 2 or more years we cannot meet the financial obligation. So as a school district, we receive 2 types of revenues. One is, well, I go with the right side, unrestricted money. This is mainly based on the student attendance. And again, I'm going to remind everyone, this is not based on the enrollment. This is based on the attendance. So more students come to school, we get more funding. And the other type of revenue that we receive is restricted fund. This is supplemental fund, and we are not supposed to supplant using this money. It is only for the supplemental services, not the base program. So we received many questions about the carryovers, the budget in goods and supplies. When we adopt the budget...
Excuse me, could you try to speak more into the microphone? I think it's with the air conditioning especially, it's difficult for folks to hear you, please.
Thank you for the reminder. So we received many questions about carryovers. When we adopt the budget, we do not include the carryovers because the year is not closed. And many times we are working on April, May, and before the year is closed, which is in September, August or September. So we don't include the carryovers because we don't know how much it is. And with the first interim comes, we have a carryover that is included in the school budget or district budget. And many of the carryover on unrestricted side, this is school side carryovers. This is the balance that the school was given, but end up not spending everything. These has been carried over, and it was reported as books and supplies. And as the year goes by, depends on how they spend it. If they spend it from the like sub-cost or classified or other categories, we move the budget according to their spending. And the restricted side, we have much more carryovers. And most of the carryovers are Title I, II, III. Those are, again, restricted money. We have a specific purpose for that. And some lottery money, this is for board-approved instructional materials. And facility money like Prop 39, safe and health and safety money. These are the main categories of books and supply carryover that is posted in the first interim. So back in 2008, 9, 10, everybody knows that we had really bad recession. And back then we had to have budget cut as well. And that was when we had to cut elementary school, instrumental music, athletics, counselors, librarians, and school closures. And I'm sure many of you remember, and it was about 30 million six. So since 1819, 1920, we have been working on reducing the expenditure. And recent ones, we have eliminated vacancies that are, we have been trying to fill, but, okay, so all these are, went to the board meeting back in February 10th, February 24th. Oh, last summer, yeah. Last year, some of them already materialized. We looked into summer school program, that was elementary summer school program that was eliminated. Contractors, outside contract, that was reduced. And cell phone stipend, it was looked into and we could reduce. So the many things we have been ongoing working on it.
I think what's important to note in this slide also is the part that's there on the bottom, where we know that the board had approved a number of reductions last year. And with a number of changes in staff, what really took place was that a lot of those reductions did not materialize. So I know that the board had said, you know, I guess something was put forward, the board agreed to it for the reductions, and they just didn't happen. And so part of our challenge right now is that the amount that was supposed to have been reduced for last year was not fully reduced. It has then increased and gone into this year and into subsequent years. So wanted to make sure that that piece was clear.
Thank you. So next slide, these are numbers. This is showing combined unrestricted and restricted revenues and expenditure. As you can see, 2015 and 16, we had more revenues than expenditure. Starting 2016, 17, we started getting into deficit spending, which means we are spending more money than coming in. And we have been deficit spending the last 4 years, including this year. And as you can see, the red numbers in 2019-20. This year, at this point, we are anticipating to be 22 million deficit spending, and 17 next year, and 16 in 2 years.
Can I interrupt for a moment, please? And so, I know we have some slides, a slide in a bit here talking about what some of that deficit spending went to. It was something that this board did deliberately, because it was inappropriate to have a reserve of $83 million. That was not money that was not going to our students. But one of the things I will point out is that from 18-19 to 19-20, we've seen a drop of $12 million in revenue, and that is one of the challenges, and I wholeheartedly agree with Anita Johnson in terms of how the state of California funds education. Our board did unanimously back the measure that Anita mentioned, but the $12 million drop in revenue from last year to this year is very close to what our deficit is, the $14.5 million that we're looking to cut here. And that was the part, this board needs to be accountable for the decisions we made, but the $12 million in decreased revenue made things very challenging.
I think the important point, again, is bottom left part of the slide. What we are doing in moving forward is we are starting to calculate in the cost of the tentative agreements for the 5.5% over the 3 years. And we are now using our draft report of our second interim numbers, because a budget is your best guess as to what's going to happen in the year. Your first interim is your first check to say, okay, this is where we are with spending. We're now to the point where we are looking at our second interim, and that report will be coming forward to all of you next week. But we did want to point out that that has been factored in here.
So this slide is showing just unrestricted side. This is not including restricted money. Unrestricted side and ending fund balance. 2015-16, we had 83 million, and then it became 70 million. In 2017-18, we had 38 million, and keep going. And again, this is including the bargaining agreement and Me Too clause. So in 1920, at the end, we anticipate to have 20 million, which is about 8.76%. And the next year, we project it to be 5 million. So now it is about 2.19% of the entire budget, expenditure budget. And as a school district, we are required to set aside a 3% reserve. So next year, we will not have enough to set aside a 3%. And 2022-23, this is the number is in red, and there's no parentheses, but this means it is negative. It's negative 8 million. So not only being able to meet the requirement, but our ending fund balance will be negative.
So one of the slides that we did share had to do with taking a look at the second and the third year out. We are closely working with the county office. As a matter of fact, we spent another hour on the phone today reviewing this presentation, reviewing the numbers, reviewing the reductions, and everything we've done to date, because at this point in time, we are required to work very closely with them. We will be bringing the second interim forward, but I want to make sure that you have the heads up to know that our budget will be going qualified at that point in time, which means that we have additional levels of scrutiny and support that will come with that. But it does mean that there's a concern about our budget, because in the out years, in the next 2 years, we will be negative. And the way that school budgeting works, you cannot be negative in your current year or your following 2 years, and at the end of this year, we will have to take that out 3 years. So we're even looking at the impact right now of decisions that we're making and what that third year out looks like, because that's what we're required to monitor.
So what I'm hearing from you is that we did have a positive budget up until now with our second interim report. Our first interim was still positive.
Correct.
Okay, so the change that has happened from first interim to second interim, I'm aware of two key things. One is the tentative agreement. The other is the cost of, because you're now incorporating the tentative agreement numbers in here, is that correct?
We are including the tentative agreement in here. It is not part of the second interim. And the only reason it's not part of the second interim is because the second interim ends on January 31st and it was not approved at that point. What we have factored in is we have factored in the CSEA agreement that came forward that was voted on by the board back in November, that the county office already reviewed the AB 1200 on.
Okay. And then is this also factoring in the fact that the state changed their COLA from 3% to 2.29%?
Yes, yes it is.
Thank you.
So let's take a look real quickly at what some of the intentional deficit spending was covering, because it is really important to note that not only is this information pulled from previous presentations with the board, but it has been verified with the fiscal department. There were raises to staff salaries, and we know that that's been a priority of the board. We want to make sure that we're paying our people as well as we possibly can, considering the constraints that we have. And so salaries in the last 4 years have increased. We brought back counselors. There was technology that was required to be purchased, mostly for state testing because everything is done online now. And so we at least have to have a minimum amount of technology that is current at our school sites. District support for middle and high school programs, coaches for beginning teachers and staff in Title I schools, added hours to classified roles, student support aides. We restored elementary music programs. We put magnets in place. Elementary library programs were added and or brought back or restored. There were expanded services for students, online learning assessment tools, investments in school sites and campus infrastructure that would have been beyond the bonds, increased benefits, as well as bringing back a number of eliminated administrative positions. I think this speaks a little bit to the question that one of our board members had, what is contributing to the deficit? For those of you that have been part of previous presentations, been at any of the forums, or seen anything online, there's a whole lot more depth that's gone into this information in the past. We're just touching on it here. The cost of living adjustment does not cover the cost of living increases. And so when we've gone to the presentations, what we've said is that it's approximately $231 per student that we're going to be getting in new money next year, but it's $313 just to cover the increase in the STRS and the PERS. Those are the retirement programs that employees all pay into, and the step and column. So we have cost of living has changed. I want to also caution everyone that we are cautiously optimistic that it will stay at the proposed 2.29% right now, except all the indications coming out of Sacramento is that that number could continue to go down. It was projected to be 3% for the upcoming school year. In the beginning of January, we heard it was likely going to drop to 1.79. It landed at 2.29%, and so we're just waiting to see that. So that could have an impact on our budget moving forward. The CalSTRS and CalPERS contributions, these are additional costs, so all of our employees pay into those two systems, and the district pays into that as well. The district side of that has increased significantly over the last probably 6 years. We do have some intentional deficit spending that we recognized. We are a district that is declining enrollment. More than 50% of the districts in the state of California are declining enrollment. Our funding is based on average daily attendance. And again, I've talked about this at a number of the presentations. We will continue to inform the public about what this means. But when most of us in this room went to school, it was if your name was on a roster, the school got money. And then about 12 years ago, it changed to if a child has an excused absence, we would get the funding for that day. I don't remember exactly when it changed, but it changed to the point where you have to have a body in that seat on that given day in order to receive the funding for that child. So we've calculated it out that every time we've got a student who is not in school on a specific day, it's approximately $55.55 that we lose in state funding. And so this is a number that we constantly have to take a look at, because this is one of those targets that if we were to really be able to improve attendance, we could change that number. But right now, we're hovering as a district somewhere around 95.6, 95.7 average daily attendance, which means that most of our students average being at school 171 of the 180 days per year. We've had general fund contributions. This is when we have programs in the district that we do not get all of the funding for, and so our general fund has to compensate because we cannot allow those programs to be negative. And then the tentative bargaining group agreement, the tentative agreement that we have coming forward, as well as the Me Too clause. 2 quick slides on timelines. For those of us that are part of the certificated side of the house, we've always understood this. It's called the March 15th notices. That's why we are pressed to move forward and at least by March 9th have some concrete decisions in order to be able to work on any reductions that may need to be made, as opposed to the classified piece where there is a 60-day notice that is now required if you are a classified employee or a classified leader in the district in order to get a notice that your position might be reduced or eliminated. So what is our target? We presented at the second half of our budget solutions, as well as the last board meeting, that the number that we not only came up with internally, it was verified by the County Office of Education, and it was also verified by another external source. We also have an email out right now with a request from school services to come in and take one more look at all of this. Not that we're expecting to find anything else, but that we can continue to triangulate the data and make sure that we've got yet another set of eyes looking at everything. So far, what we've been able to do is we've been able to reduce budgets based on vacancies. So at first interim, any vacancies that we had between the beginning of the school year all the way through October 31st were realized. We took that number, basically the savings there from those vacant positions, off the bottom line. We did the same exact thing at the end of the first interim to the second interim period, and we've adjusted that in our second interim report. We've eliminated certain vacant positions. So what we did is we went through with departments and we said, okay, if we've really got to reduce budgets, what are the positions that we think that we can live without for the rest of this year and moving forward? We've brought a couple of $1 million worth of those reductions forward so far. There are many vacant positions in the district that, aid positions that we've heard people talk about. We've got a couple of secretarial positions at school sites that we know that we need to fill. We've got bus drivers, we've got HVAC individuals, we've got a lot of positions that we have to continue to try to find qualified individuals to take. We've recategorized personnel costs. So this is that difference with those two budgets whenever possible. If we have the ability, the legal ability that will stand up with an audit to move costs from unrestricted, which is your most flexible, to restricted, which is your least flexible, we have done that. And not a day has gone by where we haven't gone back to the county office, to the Department of Education, and to our auditors to say, what about this, what about this, what about this? And we've tried as many creative things, not to say there may not be others, but we've exhausted what we think we can do there. We did go in and meet with departments, and we reduced budgets another $2.7 million by taking a look at carryover that they have typically had and made reductions accordingly. We did go in and we recaptured some unspent school, grade level, and department budgets across the district. And none of these at this point have reduced any direct services to students. So if there is a position in this district that is a direct support for students that was vacant, we have not touched any of those at this point in time. When we take all of what we've done so far into account, we're still looking at a reduction of approximately $14.5 million to get us to the point where 3 years out, or this year and looking 2 years out, we are positive, because that is what we are required to do. So now we get into...
Lisa,
please,
if I could. So again, I don't want to be dismissive of that work. That work in looking at the vacancies, in looking at our budgets, in looking at every dollar that was and is still part of our budget, but hasn't been moved to the more flexible ability to work to provide the services to students that we do have. If for some reason we did not do that work and we allowed vacancies to sit without being removed from the budget, if we allowed carryover that may have been part of the departmental budget for a particular reason but is not impacting students right now, that would have not been the right thing to do. So while we still have a larger problem, we are trying to work to not have dollars sitting and not impacting students. We want to make sure that the dollars are positively impacting students with the work that we have to do. I just didn't want to move to that next level without people also thinking about, again, we want to make sure that those dollars now are in the place that can provide for more services to students instead of waiting in a budget to be used.
I think there's also an important point that needs to be raised that from the fiscal side of the house and certainly working with our leaders in the district, we need to do a better job of making sure that this year's money is spent on this year's students and next year's money is spent on next year's students, and that we don't have these significant amounts of carryover, because the intent of, okay, within reason, because some of the budgets that we've talked about, they carry over a year and a half. So for example, with some of the grants that we have, CTIGs, the CTE components, you're given one-time money and it's got to last you a certain number of years. So that's all understood. But it's the flexible amounts, the discretionary amounts really need to be spent for that year's students. So now we get into some of the recommendations. So we've broken things down according to contracts, programs, and according to different groups, different bargaining groups, if you will, in the district, or different qualifications of positions. So our first pass at this is that if we consolidate our JROTC, we have the ability to capture back $92,000 worth of solutions. One of the subsequent conversations and questions that came up from the board that we were able to answer earlier was that if we eliminated the JROTC program, the reduction there would be $226,000 if we did it district-wide. So that is an additional option that the board has. When this slide originally came out, it said APs. I'm putting the word vice principals up there. So sites that had no vice principals were given an additional $4,000 each. This was at the elementary level, and so we are recommending that that amount of money be pulled. Middle school sports programs are approximately $142,000. The iReady contract, so that is a $780,000 contract. Our recommendation is to eliminate all but the assessment components that we are required to have in place that are valid, reliable instruments. And if we don't use iReady, we will have to find another replacement for those that are valid, reliable, and effective methods of assessing students for all of the compliance work that we are required to do. We're looking at reducing consulting contracts, so we did as much as we could a year ago. We've really looked at that internally, and we believe that we can come up with another $325,000. Training, workshops, and conferences, this is really from the district side of the house, because we have been looking closely at this. We're looking at another $150,000 there. What we are not doing is we are not affecting what is taking place at the school sites with their decisions, because a lot of the decisions for training and conferences and workshops is site-based. The sites often do this along with their school plans, and at this point in time, there's no way to capture the true value. So if we said district-wide, there's no training, there's no workshops, there's no conferences, at this point in time, it's very difficult to come up with what that number would be, because a lot of those decisions are made at the school site. So if we made all of those reductions, not including the change in JROTC, if we wanted to eliminate it across the board, we would be at approximately $1.365 million. Let's jump into central office. So when we're looking district office right now, part of our recommendation is the following: 6 FTEs for certificated management, 3.0 FTEs for classified management, and let me explain what the difference is. Certificated management, you see positions like those in the educational services side of the house. What other ones can you think of? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's directors, it would be assistant superintendent type positions, it would be coordinators.
Coordinators, we do have several curriculum specialists,
Yes.
those types of positions. Again, anybody who needs to hold a credential to do their position as a certificated manager.
The rest of those fall into, oh, and I should note that for the classified management side of the house, all of our administrators were given March 15th notices, and they were provided those notices about 6 weeks ago. In the side of the classified management, again, they would require a 60-day notice, but we're looking at 3 positions there and 3 positions in the confidential ranks, as well as we want to let you know that we will be bringing forward a reorganization so that we are properly capturing all of the eliminations that we are talking about here.
Question on the...
Yes.
So board members have asked, and I know members of the public have asked, can we get the overall number of these categories so we can understand what the percentage of the reduction is?
Sure.
Okay. And then second quick side note is when we finish this presentation, I'm going to have students come up and speak first. I know we have cards for students, so we'll do our best to do that so then they can go home.
That's fair. For site administrators, we're not only looking at district office, we are looking at site. The recommendation is 2 elementary vice principals, 3.5 middle school vice principals, 1 high school vice principal, and in the continuation school side of the house, we're looking at 2.0 FTEs there. So that would be a total savings of $1.013 million. When it comes to certificated, we are looking at 35 elementary multiple subject teachers, 10 at middle school and high school, 1 elementary librarian, and this is because there would be less prep time based on the number of teachers that we are reducing. The recommendation is for the 3.2 FTE of the middle school librarians as well as the 2.6 FTE. FTE is full-time equivalent. Those would be eliminated and replaced with instructional media text. You can see that there is a small savings there. Elementary music. So the proposal here is to eliminate 4th grade and maintain 5th grade. You can see what the financial impact is there. The proposal is for 1 BITSA coach, for 2.5 FTEs of TOSAs. 4 of those have been moved into restricted. Sorry, this is really hot. Okay. Not temperature-wise, but I can hear the echo. Okay. So we've moved 4 into restricted, and this has been working really closely with the Department of Education, with our auditor, to make sure that that would be legitimate, and we've been able to come up with that equivalent. Elementary PE teachers, 5 FTEs, 2.6 FTEs of alternative education teachers, 11.44 FTEs of ELD support. High school IB coordinator, so by removing an existing high school IB coordinator that is a teacher, which we also have to do because there's some supervisory responsibilities there, that would be a savings of 0.6 FTE, if you will. Elementary, much better. Elementary counselors, 7.8 FTE of elementary counselors, 5.5 FTE of middle school, 1.0 high school. We would be taking a look at very closely at our stipends for extra duty and determining what we do not need to do for the next school year or beyond. So that would be approximately $15,000. Our athletic directors receive right now 2 preps as well as a stipend. So our proposal is to reduce it by 1 prep, which is an equivalent of 1 FTE. let me get the bottom line there. So all of these things combined would be approximately $9.419 million in budget solutions. I want to bring up this slide real quickly, and I apologize that we do not have this listed as Local 1 AFSCME. That should be listed up there, and I will make sure moving forward we get that properly clarified, so thank you for that correction. It would be approximately 60.4 FTEs for a financial impact of $2 million. So when we take everything that we're coming up with here and we make these recommendations to the board, we're looking at approximately $15.672 million. Certainly we don't need that. We're really in the neighborhood of 14.5. But we wanted to give you an opportunity to at least weigh in on that. Some other considerations. We were asked to come up with a cost for Avid. What we're able to, and this gets really difficult because a lot of what is done at site level. So if they are purchasing materials, supplies, field trips, anything to do with Avid, we are not able to capture that at the district level. The $200,000 that is a solution here would be the cost of all of our licensing agreements, as well as the number of people that we have planning to go to a conference for the annual training. And my understanding is the school sites that have not gone as intensively, some of these would be some administrators that are joining them. So that impact would be approximately $200,000. We also realize that every school that has IB at the middle and high school level, there are students in those classes. And so we wouldn't see those savings necessarily because students have to be in classes. So if they're not in an Avid class, they're going to be someplace else. So it's not as if we're going to be able to absorb a whole lot there, although we might be able to do a very small amount in middle school and high school simply because Avid classes typically have a lower enrollment. IB programs. So we were asked to quantify if we no longer did IB in the district. This is International Baccalaureate, what the financial piece would be on that. It's approximately $88,500. The reason for that is that when you enter into an agreement with the IB program, most of your costs are upfront costs. It's all of the training, it's a lot of the materials and supplies, especially at the middle school and high school level. So if we were to do away with those programs, we wouldn't see a whole lot of savings as compared to some of the other options that are here. The board did ask at the last board meeting for an estimate of school resource officers. And when we went in and we pulled that information, we have a contract with the city of Concord for approximately $431,000 and the city of Pleasant Hill for approximately $93,000. So there would be savings there if the board chose not to have the school resource officers. There are some revenue enhancements that we did want to mention because there are always those questions, what can you do and what can you not do? If we have documentation that we have revenue coming in or grant funds coming in, we are able to put that in a budget. We are also able to charge appropriate costs for any of our facilities, including cost of living adjustments that we charge to those that are using our facilities, custodial, utilities, and what we're starting to do is benchmark a lot of those costs against the commercial square foot charges. Hey guys, it's really super hot again. Right? Okay. Here's what we can't do. What we can't do is we can't say, well, every year we get some adjustment or some pot of money, and we can't budget that for the following year until we know that that money is coming in. So for example, the MAW dollars that came in this year, we hadn't seen that money in the previous 3 to 4 years. We might not see that for 4 or 5 years. So while we would like to be able to budget something like that because we think that's going to happen, we are not legally able to do that. And so I think that's a really important distinction with what we can and what we can't do, which is probably very different from the budgeting that businesses would have.
So recognizing we can't add that into our budget, but I think there's been a board request to have a list of what were the funds that we received last year that we have not yet received this year, and what was the timeline of those funds, because I think at least that would be insightful and instructive, even though we can't put it in directly into the budget, but to give us a sense of that.
At this point, we will move toward board discussion and certainly action. There are a number of us that are here to answer any questions. I think it's really going to need to be a group effort, because I think, collectively we may all have bits and pieces with anything that we may ask.
I have a question about the various recommended FTE reductions, teacher FTE for the different levels, and can you share what that's based on in terms of the per class student enrollment per class for the different levels?
So the latest permutation that we were working with at the elementary level was 26 in TK through 3 and 31 in 4 and 5. For middle school and high school, the number that we were using for those is what is in the Medea tentative agreement. And one of the things that we are really taking a look at is scheduling, a little less so at the middle school, but mostly at the high school level, to make sure that master schedules are designed in a way to maximize whatever we can do with class sizes there.
And so that number is what, for the high school is 37?
It's 10 and 10.
No, I mean the number of students in the class.
Okay, I'm gonna need somebody to jump. I think 33 for English, 28 for science, and or based on lab stations.
37 for social studies, math.
37 for social studies, math.
And 45
for PE. And electives really depend.
Depends on the workstation.
Yeah. Approximately 37.
Thank you.
So, with the assent of the board, what I'm going to do is, before we open it for discussion, I'm going to ask any student who's put in a yellow comment card and not yet spoken, that they can come and just line up here in the center, just say your name and we'll pull your card and set it off to the side. So if you're a current MDUSD student and you filled out one of these yellow cards, come on down, we want to hear from you, and we'll have you line up in the middle. Yeah, if you would say your name, please, just then we can pull your card and we'll call you later.
Shane Barris.
I'm sorry, Shane Reynolds?
Shane Barris.
Shane Barris.
Did I just start? Okay. Alrighty. So, $687,022.04. That's the price on instrumental music for elementary level. Twice that to count for 5th grade as well. I honestly feel like that doesn't even begin to encompass the worth of what elementary school music can do. It teaches lifelong skills that cross all walks of life. I'll share my story, which is only one of many. Maybe then you'll finally understand. 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with generalized anxiety, trichotillomania, and OCD. Most of this stemmed from the fact that I didn't like to fail and couldn't handle it when I made mistakes. I would scream and hit myself and make myself bleed. It was a mess for everyone and everyone else. But I got better, and I will always credit my experience with music as what cured me. Music gave me a chance to fail every day. Every missed note, every wrong entrance, every out-of-tune G. Basically anything that wasn't right, at least 20 times per class. And you know what I eventually learned? Everyone makes mistakes. We're all human. Even the best musicians in the class would make mistakes too. So obviously I would too. That was one lesson learned. It seemed so obvious yet so difficult to comprehend. Music made my problem so much better with one simple little realization. But it was those really good musicians' reactions to those missed notes or wrong entrances or out-of-tune Gs that really educated me. They worked hard. They worked their ass off. They had a work ethic. I got that work ethic. You see those 24-foot long planter boxes out in Mountain View Elementary School? That was my coordination for my Eagle project. I didn't have elementary school music, but take a moment to imagine with me. What if I did? What if I learned those skills 2 years earlier? Well, I wouldn't have hurt myself as much as I did. I wouldn't have been so hard on myself in middle school. My elementary school performance would have been much more competitive, and I might have gone to advanced math in 6th grade. And finally, I'd certainly be a better musician. That's just the tip of the icing in terms of what I or anyone else in the class could have accomplished. You don't need me or anybody else here to tell you why music is important and why it should be on tier 4 of importance. You can't put a price tag on music. Music gives students a strong work ethic and an innate sense of camaraderie. None of the high schools will have the program we do now if the primary level is cut. I hope my story can even begin to explain that to you. Don't cut one of the most important and inspiring programs our district offers. They make the right choice. Thank you very much.
Hold the microphone down. Hello, ladies. Could you introduce yourselves, please?
I'm Maya Barsetti. I'm Maddie Todd. And I'm Cordy Dust.
Hello.
I'm Maya Barsetti. I'm Maddie Todd. I'm Cordy Dunn. And we're 5th grade musicians at Hidden Valley Elementary School in Martinez.
Before we begin, just know that we aren't just speaking for ourselves. We are speaking for the elementary school instrumental teachers. We are speaking for the 150 kids or so who signed our petition. And we are speaking for the students who haven't found their passion for music yet.
Music helps children express themselves and find a happy, safe, and no judgment zone. There have been many cases where musical passion has resulted in better behavior from students.
I started music because school was stressful and I needed something to spice it up a bit. I look forward to Thursday and Friday, the days I have music. Of course, it gets hard, but with music, you never give up. I started doing music in 4th grade, and I'm really glad, and I really enjoy it. I started because I needed a break to show my true colors. I chose the trumpet because it looked like a great place to start.
I also decided to start band in 4th grade, and I'm so glad I did. I loved to hear music and decided to try it out. I chose the trumpet because the teachers told us it was a challenge and I wanted to take it on. It turns out the trumpet was pretty hard, but it was the right instrument for me.
We should keep the instrumental music program going so more kids get the opportunity, so more kids get the challenge, so more kids get the passion for music, and so more kids want to try.
Once again, I'm Maya Barsetti.
I'm Cordy Dunn. I'm Maddie Todd. And we are 5th grade musicians at Hidden Valley Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. All right. Do we have any other current MDUSD students who put in a card and wanted to speak tonight? Okay. Then we'll return to board discussion on this item, and so board members are invited to ask questions. I was going to have board, Mr. Mims, hang on. I'm coming back to you. Don't you worry. Oh, you're putting it in. Okay, come on down. So I was going to see if there was any board discussion, then I can open it. We can go ahead and just move along to, and I have a clarifying question. So this was item 9.3. Are we going to have a separate presentation of some sort on 9.2? So I can combine the cards for 9.2 and 9.3.
Yes, 9.2 is just information, no presentation.
All right. So I'll read the first two names, and I'd invite the second person to come on down and sit here in the front so we can move. We have about 40 cards. I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to get heard, but I will limit the comments to 2 minutes. So the first one is Jenna Conover, followed by Phil Arhold. Or Phil Arnold, that's the more conventional one. But do we have Jenna? If not, we'll go to Phil. And after Phil, we'll have Debbie Hickey.
Dr. Martinez, President Lawrence, board members, and staff. What I've handed out is a picture of my grandson, Michael, who will be 20 in May. And there's a picture of him at 22 months old on a Fisher-Price drum set. And we got that for him because we got tired of him pulling pots and pans out of the kitchen and beating them with the spoons. Okay, fast forward. He, along with 4 other members of our family, graduated from Northgate High School. By the time he had graduated, he had played 3 times at the Monterey Jazz Festival and won the Outstanding Musicianship Award for drums, which is very, very difficult to do. Today, he is a student at the Berklee College of Music in Boston. Inside this portfolio of documents shows him playing also the tuba, the sousaphone, the trumpet. He got to play trumpet February this time last year at the reburial of the cremains of his father, his great-grandfather, as one of the original Tuskegee Airmen. There were 400 people present for that. We had a flyover, and I couldn't ask for a more seminal moment in our entire family or our nation for him to be able to play taps. We flew him down from Berkeley, but that's the evidentiary findings of what was happening with him in his life. We never told him no, he couldn't play music. You know how hard it is to find a teacher that will teach a 4-year-old child how to play the drums? We found one. So I will yield to this. Plato, and I think most will say he was a pretty smart guy. Music gives soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. I'll wrap it up with what Albert Einstein said. If I were not a physicist, I would probably be a musician. I often think in music. I live my daydreams in music. I see my life in terms of music. Somerset Maugham said the ability to quote is an adequate substitute for wit. So I will close with this last quote, and it comes out of 1 Samuel 16:23. Whenever the Spirit of God came on Saul, David took up his lyre and played. Then relief would come to Saul. He would feel better, and the evil spirit would leave him. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Debbie, followed by Robin Zahner and James Valdemar.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Debbie Hickey, and I certainly can't follow that. Actually, I'm here because I came to you when we did our first cuts, and then I spoke with most of you, had coffee with you, begged you for all the things that I needed, and you restored our hours. So I thank you for that. Expect me to do it again. The other thing that I wanted is because I looked at this before, and I'm here to give you a suggestion. I think this would help us with our budget cuts, and you can fact check me later because this was just my sitting here doing this now. But each and every one of you gets a stipend, $7,500, plus you get paid medical benefits, and I'm not sure everybody knew that. So as a board member, as an elected official for us, I suggest that if you want to show your commitment to your employees, to your constituents, give those up. I asked you to do that last time. No one took me up on it. But however, I'm hearing that some of you don't take them, which is great, because if you don't take them now, it'd be even better for you to tell us. We would totally appreciate having ourselves cut if you cut yours as well. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. And then we have Dan Roll next. We don't have Dan Roll next. We have Leslie Harris after this.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Robert Martinez, and Cabinet. My name is Robin Zahner. This is James Saldivar, and we are here as counselors from Pleasant Hill Middle to explain the impact counselors have had at our site specifically. I'm confident the same is true at other sites. We hold academic support groups, competitions, social skills groups, and work with students in conflict almost daily. Without those social, emotional needs and concerns being met, successful academics could not follow. There has been a lot of discussion about ADA and attendance affecting budget. We have countless student examples of students who only made it to school because of the relationship between us, them, and their parents. They know that they can start their day with us if needed. Their parents know that they can reach out when needed. Without enough counselors, a partnership like this is virtually impossible. When the LCAP surveying was done several years ago, counselors were at the top of the list of things parents wanted brought back. Why take them away again? Without our counseling team as it is, balls will be dropped. Which at-risk student are we going to miss? Which parent call or email will be delayed or missed, thus creating a school-to-home divide? Which conflict on campus, if left unresolved, will result in violence? We spent some time reflecting on all of the students we serve. When looking through notes we receive from students, there are examples of every kind of difficulty. A note about confidence resulting in a safety concern. A note about a cell phone resulting in a fight prevented. A student grieving the loss of a loved one. A note about grades resulting in the student vocalizing that she just needed someone who was going to listen to her. How would you decide which is more important? With cuts of this magnitude to our program, that's a question we're going to have to ask ourselves every day. Thank you for taking this into consideration.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Amore Harris, and I am one of 2 counselors at Riverview Middle School in Bay Point. As mentioned in my email to all of you, I arrived at Mount Diablo Unified and Riverview right after I graduated in 2016. I consider Riverview to be my home away from home and the staff my family. I am disappointed that based on the recommendations given, 14 to 15 counselors will lose their jobs. This means that our students will lose that constant daily support from that one adult who cares for them without judgment. Trauma affects 1 in 4 children, and if you have worked in a community like Bay Point or the Monument Corridor, you understand that trauma affects students within the classroom as well. The same signs and behaviors that you see in a student with trauma are the same signs and behaviors of a student who has ADHD, anxiety, and depression. Many students from ages 5 to 18 have experienced significant stress and trauma that needs to be addressed at all levels. Counselors are imperative in our students' learning at all of our levels. We are first responders to our students' problems. We are second-hand administrators taking support calls and mediating conflicts with students. We are our teachers' allies, consulting and assisting in our students' education. We refer students out to mental health and community services, especially when they are suicidal or depressed. We frequently catch and report cases of child abuse. We are in contact with the other levels of counselors so that we can ease transitions and recommend additional supports. We mend the gap between general education and special education, creating more inclusive class settings, accepting all needs and abilities. The district's goals of improving attendance and graduation rates will not be met without counselors at all levels. At the elementary and middle school levels, counselors meet with the students about their attendance, even flying home to check on them, and referring to our administrators and CWAs to do a home visit. At the high school level, each student is seen by a counselor for their 4-year plan to graduate. We encourage all of our students to look beyond what is in front of them in order to better their lives. I now ask that in this room, please raise your hand if you were positively impacted by a counselor in the past or present through your own education or through your current position or interaction with your child's school counselor. See, counselors might not see immediate effects of our supports with students. As indicated by the show of hands, it could take years and years to see these effects. Even though we continue to do our best and plant that seed, we are asking you to trust us with supporting our MDUSD students at the elementary, middle, and high school level. In turn, we trust that you will make the best decision for the mental health and education of our students. Thank you.
Melissa Rivera and Theo Small. Michelle Hull after Marissa.
Hi, I'm Melissa Rivera. I am a proud product of the Mount Diablo Unified School District Music Program. My foundation in music started in orchestra playing the violin and singing in the choir in 4th grade. My parents did not have the funds to provide me with the private music lessons that I wanted, so my entire music education was solely based on what I learned at Fair Oaks, Oak Grove Middle School, and Ignatia Valley High School. I decided I wanted to go to college for music. However, it didn't matter whether or not I was accepted into the university of my choice. I had to be accepted into the music program through an audition. Basic music theory, sight reading, and repertoire was a requirement. Had I not had a music education through the public schools, pursuing a degree in music would not have been an option for me. That would have been it. I went on to receive a master's degree in music and have had the opportunity to travel the country performing opera and musical theater. I realize not all children are bound for the same trajectory as me, but early music education is essential for their overall development, as it fires both sides of the brain at the same time. Other subjects don't do that. I'd be happy to provide you with studies and documentation on how the elimination of music programs can be detrimental to students and the overall community. Please don't rob these children of what's rightfully theirs. Thank you.
Michelle Hull, followed by Josie Bromley.
Hello, my name is Michelle Hull. I am a Concord High alumnus, class of 2011. I was there all 4 years and participated in the music program led by Gary Courtney. Those 4 years in the music program were amazing. I learned skills that have helped me through college, jobs, marriage, and life in general. I have a niece and 2 nephews in this district. My nephews will be able to participate in the elementary school music program in a few years, and I cannot imagine their school experience without music. It is a devastating picture to think about. There are so many experiences and skills they might miss out on if the elementary school music program is cut. There are numerous benefits to elementary school music education, especially at this stage of child development. Here are a few. Increased language development, better standardized testing scores, developing reasoning skills, increased coordination, higher student engagement in schools, emotional development, discipline, creativity, teamwork, responsibility, problem solving, social skills, self-reliance, practice, punctuality, and greater self-confidence. I am a beneficiary of these life skills. Because of music, I excelled in English and language arts. I understood and performed well in mathematics, and I was excited to go to school. I learned how to work as a team and how to be confident because of music. In multiple ways, I would not be standing here now speaking with you without my music experience. Music empowers students. Why delay that empowerment? Why postpone these lessons that our students can take with them to other classes? Music continues to bless my life in more ways than one. We ask and plead with you to reconsider your position. Do not cut elementary school music. Thank you.
And we have Julie Larson up next.
Superintendent Martinez, Board President Mr. Lawrence, fellow board members, Linda, here I am again from 10 years ago. My name is Josie Bromley. This is my 20th year in your school district. It's been quite a ride. I've loved most minutes of it. And every one of those minutes has been in music, and the majority have been elementary instrumental, my absolute heart. Okay, so I just wanted to give you some data. Here we have 29 elementary schools that have an elementary instrumental music program servicing 4th and 5th grade students. Of the 4,777 students at those 29 schools, 2,150 or 45% participate in our instrumental music program. These students come from every area of our district. They're low income, they're English learners, they're students with disabilities, they're our foster youth. They all have equal access to this program, and they can all learn and enjoy music together. Music brings people together. And I want to point out that the district 5-6 years ago, when they voted to restore the program, also invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in new instruments so that we could be and offer an all-inclusive program for everyone in our district at that grade level. And what's going to happen to all of those those instruments if we eliminate the program? Please give that a consideration. And know that music is a great equalizer. And I'd like to say that this is not a reduction, this is a decimation of an entire program that has a direct impact on students. Please don't cut the elementary instrumental program. Thank you.
Julie, followed by Kurt Kellersberger.
Good evening, Superintendent Martinez, Board President Lawrence, and fellow board members. My name is Julie Larson, and I'm an elementary instrumental music teacher at Gregory Gardens, Fair Oaks, and Valhalla Elementary Schools. As a music teacher, I get to make relationships with my students year after year and see them grow and develop. My band room is a safe place for students no matter what they are going through. I have students who value our community of creativity. They can be who they are. The district's own survey from the community on where to make cuts highlights many other programs that staff find far less beneficial. But over and over again, the survey mentions that providing safe school climate for kids is crucial, something our programs do every day. Cutting elementary instrumental music is short-sighted because a robust elementary program becomes a robust middle school program, high school program. Middle school band orchestra can have 45 or more students in one class, over the amount allowable for all other classes other than PE. We know that these programs serve an invaluable service to our students, but they also help us when resources are scarce. These papers are from my students. Again and again, they mention, I feel less stressed after I play. I am less angry. I feel calmer. This is what we want for our kids. We want to give them a place where they can be who they are and be creative and take that into their life going forward. Please do not cut the elementary instrumental program.
After Kurt, we have Robin Ramos.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members. My name is Kurt Kellersberger. I am a teacher at Walnut Acres in Cambridge. I teach elementary instrumental music. This is my 3rd year in the district, my 22nd year as a teacher. I know the reasons the district is in the position it is tonight of making cuts is because of declining enrollment, but cutting things that draw the students and their families here, like music programs, is not a way to get further enrollment, to get people to move to this community. When I first got hired here, I heard talk of we want to make this district a destination district. Making these cuts to these programs that make this district stand out is not the way to make this district stand out. We're going to look just like everybody else, cutting everything else that makes a district different. Looking at the California dashboard, we've got a lot of red and orange, a lot of it is attendance. I remember when I taught in Fremont for 17 years doing junior high, I had a lot of students who would tell me the only reason they came to school is because they could do this at the end of the day. I had a 6th period, so that's what they wanted to do. A lot of students have told me that this helps them in another subject. They can look at things differently. They process things differently. It helps get them out of ruts where they can't continue their education. They can transfer knowledge, which is something all the other teachers want us to do. We teach it here, we apply it someplace else, the child has learned something. I would have many students tell me that for multiple subjects. Getting these skills into students' minds before they get into middle school and high school, where they've got so many other issues and traumas that they can deal with, something to give them an edge up to prepare for these other situations that they can count on is going to be worth their time to have and worth time to keep. Also, we service all kinds of students, as stated before. We service everybody equitably. Another thing too is by the time they get to high school, you've got multiple years of students in the same class together. No other subjects do that. Please don't cut this. It's important for the kids and it's important for the district. Thank you. Thank you.
After Robin, we have Shauna Puma.
President Lawrence, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Martinez. Thank you for your service. I know you have a heart, and I understand that you have some hard decisions to make. I'm here to advocate for the 6,000 English language learners. These children and their families, for many reasons, may not participate in a formal meeting such as this, but they need their need for your support is great. Their success is crucial for the success of our district and community. Please remember our English learners, this is quite an often ignored group of students who need your support and consideration more than ever. I hope you see the moral imperative to provide an equitable services to the most needy children. Thank you.
One second. So after Shauna, we have Shulene Martin.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Shauna Kuma. I'm a school counselor at Foothill Middle School. After seeing the list of proposed cuts, I'm feeling sad and disappointed how undervalued counselors are and what this could cause for our students, our staff, and our parents. We are on the front lines every day. I help manage nearly 900 students a day. We currently have 1.5 vice principals and 2 full-time counselors. Already, we are constantly busy with referrals from teachers, admin, and parents. By cutting our positions, we will be losing that relationship piece with our students, which is heavily important to create safety for them that are in need. I run a diversity group to help some of these students navigate in a culture that is different from their own. I counsel many students on a day-to-day basis who have high levels of anxiety and depression. I've been a counselor for 14 years. I've seen an increase of anxiety and depression and suicidal ideation. Every year I've worked in a school where there are 5150 situations in self-harm. If the counselor is not there, who's going to handle these dire problems? Every day there's behavioral issues, students with mental health needs, academic needs. That connection, the relationship piece, is what helps some of these students get through their day without falling apart and creating more absences. Our goal should be for success for our students, and that means their social emotional well-being needs to be healthy for them to be successfully academic. I don't have time to say everything I wanted to say, but my other concern is the cuts in elementary school. I can't fathom that there won't be a counselor on campus. I've worked in elementary schools, and the idea that teachers will have to handle the pressure of a student acting out, a student who has mental health concerns that haven't been fully addressed yet, it's putting it on the teachers, and it's unfair. It's putting it on the principals. And lastly, I just want to say that if any of you, if you have a son or daughter or a grandchild with mental health needs or academic needs, would this be good enough for your child? Please think about that. Thank you for your time.
Mr. President?
Yes.
May I ask a question of our staff? I think it's important for us for the whole community to understand what exactly happens if the board does not approve this level of cuts.
I think that's one better served for discussion, not here, but so we can have that be our first question after we finish with comments on this.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Shulene Martin, and I am the president of the College Park Instrumental Music Boosters. And I've come here tonight to speak actually for my daughter, Tessa, who's in college. And thinking back, I remember 10 years ago, we were here before, we made these cuts, and there are things that we can't put in data and numbers. And I think it's just the viewpoint that our students have of our schools and programs. I remember her saying, after a concert, which was usually a time to be joyful, she was in 6th grade, she said, "Mom, I feel like I'm running on a bridge and the bridge is falling down behind me." And even her, as a 6th grader, she could see that the quality of the music program, the beautiful, robust thing that she had was now gone. let me just say that there isn't, in my view, in my experience, I've been a parent in the school district for, I guess, maybe, oh my gosh, 20 years now, almost, 19 years. And there is no such thing as elementary music program. There is no such thing as middle school music program. There is no such thing as high school. There is one music program that enriches our whole district. Enriches our whole district and elevates the quality of education. I am also a college physics professor, and someone quoted Einstein and said that, if he wasn't a physicist, he would have been a musician. And I'll tell you, the best physicists, the best STEM majors are those who are also musicians. So if we want to elevate our programs and keep those things going, it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Estela Nunez, followed by Cindy Aguilar. Estela or Cindy? How about if you come on up, and Estela, if you're here, let us know, but otherwise, after Cindy, I will go to Amanda Graves.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Aguilar, and this is my 19th year teaching in our school district. And originally, one of the things, I know you have very difficult decisions, and one of the things that I wanted to discuss was class size, because when I originally came tonight, I thought that TK through 3rd was going to 30 students. But after I watched the presentation, I see that, I guess 26 is your goal, which is a little bit better. Obviously, from my experience of teaching 34 and teaching 18, I can tell you that the smaller class size, always the better. I do have a question, though, and I know you can't answer it now, but I'm wondering about the state funding. And if we get funding for average of 24, what will we do? Will we lose all that funding if we're at 26? But another thing I came to talk about was the cut to counselors. So I teach 2nd grade, and every week my school counselor sees over 1/3 of my students. 1/3, over 1/3, every week. And he helps them. His support is invaluable. He does things with them that I can't do. He helps them with self-control. He helps them with their social skills. He helps them with their friendship. He helps them get through divorce of their parents. And we all know that you could have the best lesson in the world, but if a student is not emotionally prepared for that lesson, they're going to learn nothing. So I would be lost without him. So I can't imagine having more students and less support. And I know you have a big job to decide, but if you can keep it away from the kids as much as possible and put them first, I think it's important. And one other thing, when I was listening to the presentation, I have a student who's been absent 23 days this year. And I did the math when she presented the numbers. It's over $1,200 for this one student. And as far as I know, he's only received a letter home. So I don't know what else we could do, but I feel like there's a lot more that could be done, because I'm sure there's many, many other students like him out there who just start coming to school. And this is one of the reasons why we're in the situation that we're in. So I thank you for your time, and I know you have hard decisions to make.
Thank you. Amanda Graves, followed by Penny Rose.
Hello. Thank you everyone for staying. I thought I was going to be speaking to just the 6 of you. Okay. Together we learn. Please, let's learn from past years and not pass out involuntary transfer slips like they're candy. This involuntary transfer process needs to be improved. Transferring teachers is not the answer. It's a vicious cycle that we don't need. Also, let's not jump to pink slips. There has to be a better way. Please learn from past year's mistakes and the processes that have failed. That have not only failed teachers, but ultimately the students. Involuntary transfers and pink slips are not in the best interest of students. If you end up having to involuntary transfer teachers this year, please, please, please rethink having the involuntary transfer meeting during an actual school day. The district is offering to pay for a sub for the teacher that's attending the involuntary transfer meeting. That sounds nice, but it's not. You're telling a teacher that has worked at their school for years and years that they then have to write sub-plans, travel to the transfer meeting, get their new school assignment, if there's one available, go back to school and teach. That's not okay. Together we lead. We need you, the school board and the representatives in DOC, to lead us to success. You can do that by not letting go of teachers, librarians, counselors. EL teachers, music teachers, PE teachers, and their assistants. Lead us to success by not hiring a consultant that does not benefit all schools in the district. Lead us to success by not hiring a consultant to tell us how to improve safety at school sites. The consultant that came to our school recommended that we add larger signs directing people to the office, cut bushes, and add a fence. How much did we pay for that? I could have told you that and charged you nothing. Okay. Together we grow. How can we grow if we cut teachers? Tonight we'll be looking to cut 35 to 50 teachers. How is this possible? Do parents in the district know or understand that while there's a recommendation by the district to cut middle school teachers, that there's at least one middle school, I'm going to skip
Go ahead and, if you'd like to finish your thought. Just
Thank you.
A sentence or two.
Please lead with resilience. We will bounce back. The district will succeed. I have to believe that. I have to believe that. I'm not only a teacher, my son and daughter go to the school district. The district can be resilient, but it needs to be smart about how it spends money and not just think in the short term, but many, many years in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Rose. Andrea Alford, followed by Laurel Burns.
Hello, board members, Dr. Martinez.
Hello.
My name is Andrea. I emailed all of you last week, and I got a response from Linda briefly. Thank you. I'm a mom of 4 kids here in the district. 3 actually have IEPs. 2 are English learners. 1 is keeping it nice and easy for me so far, so we'll see how that goes. I was a product of Monroe School District, and I've always wanted to, along with my husband, raise our kids in our neighborhood schools and invest in our community. It's been very important to me, having a 3-year-old all the way to a 5th grader, and it's getting incredibly hard. So I want to ask you, and it's what people have been asking all night, to please, please, please consider keeping your cuts as far away from the classroom as possible. Be looking at the district office, be looking at things like Alliance and Avid and iReady. I have a 4th grader who's an English learner with attention issues, executive function, trauma. 1 in 4, you already mentioned it. Hey, we just have a California Surgeon General for the first time, and her big push is about childhood trauma. And we're cutting our counselors. You're going to take away my kid's trombone. You're going to take away his PE time. You're going to take away his ELD supports. And this is going to be devastating to my family. Additionally, I have a son who's a 5th grader in special ed class. You guys allowed for weeks and weeks and weeks for him in a moderate to severe class to have roving substitutes coming in. The school's not staffed with enough SEAs. All of the positions that need filled, Ms. Seegers mentioned it earlier, are not all listed on the website. So I'm not sure what's going on with HR, but that's very confusing. My son personally does not have his one-to-one. He's had multiple teachers, 2 different teachers after all of the substitutes that came through. And I'll tell you what, when you're talking about risk, when you're talking about where money goes, you don't want any more lawsuits. Quit cutting the teachers, quit cutting the SEAs, we need them. There's nothing like a phone call from a school principal telling you your kid is running down Wilson and nobody knows where they are and nobody has eyes on them because there's not enough special ed assistants in the class. Please, please, please consider the students, make the cuts at the top. Thank you.
Laurel, followed by, I apologize, the first name starts with an M and the last name I think is Reagan? Laurel.
Good evening, Dr. Martinez and board members. Happy Read Across America Day to you all. My name is Laurel Burns, and I've been a teacher librarian for 22 years in Mount Diablo. Each time I've spoken to you in the past, I have made sure that I gave data, statistics, and studies that demonstrate the necessity of a full-time credentialed teacher librarian in every school library 5 days a week. But tonight, I'm just going to tell you a story. A few weeks ago, my school celebrated Global Play Day. Students were given the opportunity to participate in a number of activities across our campus, including making slime, building with Legos, chalk art, constructing robots from cardboard boxes,
And in addition to these cool activities, the library was open throughout the day for students to come in for free reading. I had the comfy chairs out, and the kids could choose anything they wanted to read. I wasn't really expecting that many students, knowing the other options that were out there that day on an unusually warm and sunny February day. I thought I would see my quote-unquote regular readers and maybe a few others, but I was wrong. We averaged 30 to 40 kids all day long, sitting and laying on the carpet as they read silently, with the exceptional giggle every once in a while. Adults walked in and whispered things to me like, "It's so quiet in here," and "I wish I could stay in here all day." It was so much fun. When the announcement came over the PA that all the students had to return to their classrooms, I had the kids pick up with me, and we put away the chairs and placed the books on the cart to be shelved. And a few minutes later, I walked around a corner to put a book back on the shelf, and I found a first grade boy still reading. I told him Global Play Day was over and he had to get back to class. But this little guy looked up at me and said, "Do I have to? I'm just getting to the good part." I told him that unfortunately he had to get back or his teacher would be worried. And as he was leaving, he looked up at me as I was walking him out and said, "You know, this is my favorite place in the whole school." This story could be from any PE, librarian, instrumental music teacher, vocal music teacher, and I ask that you not cut close to students and our relationships. Thanks.
Ashley Barrows, followed by Kristen Butcher. Okay. Kristen. Followed by Rebecca Dell.
Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking, so I'll try to keep this short. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about class sizes.
Could you speak into
Sure. And rather than tell you about the benefits of smaller class sizes and EL support and counselors, what I would like instead is to invite you guys to a classroom, live a day in the life of a kindergartner, first grade, second grade, third grade, and imagine what that class would look like with more students. Up to 30 students, up to 31 students, 5-year-olds, all in one class, kindergarten, no teacher's aide. See how many of these students on a regular basis need other support, that get pulled for EL, that get pulled for counseling, that get pulled for other resources. How much time these kids spend in library and music and all of these things. And I think that any of those things individually is not as detrimental, but it's this waterfall cascade effect where you have bigger class sizes, you have less support for the teachers. And imagine all of those things adding up to a teacher being in charge of so many more things. It's not humanly possible for them to do all of those things. And ask yourself, after spending a day there, and how is that impacting our students? How are we serving our students? How are we making those cuts positively impacting them? I was really disappointed to see that the largest budget cut was to elementary school teachers for $3 million. And so I think it's easy to look at that and see a number. Please come visit the classroom and see what that number looks like in real life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Dahl. I've been a parent in this district since 2002, and I've been teaching in it since 2010. My students were in elementary school in 2008 when we had the last major rounds of cuts. And it was devastating for music, for schools that were closed, and we spent the last decade trying to build this district up to one that teachers want to come to and that students want to come to. There was a lot of talk in the budget presentation about attendance. Kids come to school when they have engaged teachers. They come to school when they can go to libraries. They come to school when they have music, when they have counselors that they can feel safe. And what happens when we have all these cuts is we lose our good teachers. At my school, we've had very relative little turnover in our English department. We've been able to create great curriculum. We've been able to have common assessments. We work together fabulously. And a lot of our teachers are seeing the writing on the wall and they're leaving. And we're losing our best teachers. And what happens then is people don't want to come to our district. And so we're perpetuating the problem of no attendance by having all these cuts.
one of the things that is frustrating to me standing up here is hearing all of these people talk about all of these problems with students. And I would encourage you to come to our schools to see what our kids go through, because we already have kids that are falling through the cracks, that are drowning, that are running down the street, and that breaks my heart. And I am not a crier, and I want to stand up here and weep because of what we are doing to our children, and I wish that you would have that same heart of, this is unacceptable. A year ago, I stood before you and asked you not to make those layoffs because we were going to need them. And we cut all kinds of programs. And my nephew sat in a math class until December with no teacher. And that's what's going to happen again if we do all of these layoffs, because the kids are going to show up in August. And having full classes and no teachers is not good for anybody. And nobody is going to say Mount Diablo is a destination district when we can't staff it. Thank you.
Eric Wilson, followed by Jim Keck. We lost Mr. Keck, so followed by Julie Graham. I can't wait to hear her speak.
Me too. Good evening, school board and Dr. Martinez. My name is Eric Wilson. I teach English and instrumental music at Concord High. As far as why I'm here, I am here to speak on behalf of instrumental music and its impacts. I just get frustrated looking at the numbers and, like others have said, seeing certain departments feeling like it's being decimated, being really targeted by these cuts. And frankly, it feels insulting to the work that we do. I'm trying to think, because I know music has been a target in the past. Why is it that it is a target? Is it seen as not rigorous? Well, I have the unique position of teaching both AP, language and composition, which is an advanced English course at our school, and being a guitar teacher and music tech student, or teacher, excuse me. And I have seen students in AP Lang that excel, that are at the top of the class rankings, write beautiful essays, and yet they struggle all year just to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the guitar. It is amazing to see somebody have to work so hard. And so I can't imagine that it's for the rigor. And so then, is it for the lack of importance? Well, I think that's ridiculous to think about. Music is life-saving for our students at our school, literally. Concord High has had a rough year, and especially in the last couple of weeks when we tragically lost one of our students. And music has been part of that healing process. I can think, and I know that my colleagues can think of several students that if they didn't have music to help them heal through this process, I don't know what would happen to them. And it's still something that worries me, but at least they're in guitar, they're in music tech, and they have something to help them through it. So please, don't make these cuts. This is real at all of our other schools too. Thank you.
Good evening. So you have heard from many of our counselors, and so I'm not going to reiterate what they've already said about how all that we do as counselors. I just want to share some statistics with you that you may have heard or may not have heard already. So depression is the 4th leading cause of illness and disability among adolescents aged 15 to 19 years of age, and the 15th for those aged 10 to 14 years. Nearly 1 in 3 adolescents and teenagers meet criteria for an anxiety disorder by the age of 18. Emotional disorders can profoundly affect areas like schoolwork and school attendance. Social withdrawal can exacerbate isolation and loneliness. 1 in 6 U.S. children aged 2 to 8 years old have had a diagnosed mental, behavioral, or developmental disorder, and suicide rates among teens and young adults have reached their highest point in nearly 2 decades. Just to follow that up, so students build relationships and make connections with people, not programs and not technology. I know you need to make your cuts, but I implore you to make your cuts away from the people and the staff and think about our students. Thank you.
Samantha Ashford, followed by Pat Noonan.
Don't start yet? Okay. All right.
Ready, go.
Hello, my name is Samantha Ashford, and I'm an elementary school counselor at 3 different sites, in which one of my role is a district support counselor for K through 8. I'm here today to talk about the importance to reconsider the drastic budget cuts of counselors. By eliminating counselors, especially in the elementary, will be detrimental and have lasting negative effects on the students' social, emotional, and academic success. We work with students on a daily basis, tackling issues like suicidal ideation. Yes, in elementary, I have first graders with suicidal ideations. Depression, grief and loss, anxiety, anger issues, just to name a few. Counselors help with restorative practices, SEL learning, mindfulness, building confidence, self-worth, communication and social skills, resolution on top of bullying prevention. MPUSD focuses on equitable educational experiences for every student by looking through the multi-tiered system support. But tell me this, how is that possible by cutting school counselors? Where's the equity in that? What message are we sending out to the MPUSD counselor about mental health? I'd like to read a message that one of my students wrote for me. Can you please let Miss Ashford stay at Sequoia Elementary next year? Because Miss Ashford is the one who talked to me and makes me feel safe. She makes me feel that I'm not alone with some of my feelings. She helped me feel secure. Another one says, if Miss Ashford leaves, there will be a lot of bad problems happening at the school. She helped me with my brother and me. And also, some girls were bullying me, and now the girls don't bully me anymore. My heart is sad, not for myself, but for my students. I'm wearing this shirt saying you matter, because I tell my students that they matter. If you look around, we see all these wonderful educators. And, you know, we didn't become educators for the money. We did it for our students. We stand for our students. Shouldn't you stand for us? As you drive home tonight, think about one of you on the board, think about how you're going to tell our students that, sorry, can I just finish real quick?
Yes, please.
That we, as counselors, didn't abandon them, and honestly tell them that due to the budget cuts, that their social emotional well-being wasn't top priority. Lastly, to the audience, I know it's really late, and thank you guys all for being here. Can we all stand up and get some circulation? I know you guys have been sitting for a really, really long time. And lastly, can everyone thank your neighbor around you for being here tonight, because they matter and their voices matter, and even yourselves. Please stand up and thank each and every one of you. Thank you for coming, and I want to let you guys know that you guys all matter. Thank you very much.
You matter. You matter.
Oh, give me a hug. See, we're huggers. Thank you. Oh my God.
Pat Noonan, followed by Michael Langley. Pat left. Oh, it's hard to miss Mr. Langley. Mr. Langley followed by Jamley Marshall.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board and the audience, my name is Michael Langley. When Governor Brown demanded districts spend current dollars on current students, this board rightfully complied in over about 6 or 7 years. Our ending fund balance was spent down from more than $84 million in 2014-15 to $20 million this year. The question, and this is rhetorical, so you don't have to answer it. Okay. How did the balance bloat to $84 million in the first place? Answer, I got this one. Overly aggressive boards made reductions, which did great harm to students that we serve. Over the past 40 years, we've had periods of cuts, and in every one of them, the board listened to all the people say how important their programs were, but said, oh, but we have a number, and the only way we can reach this number is to cut all your programs with the heaviest of hearts. But the number usually was bloated, and we ended up getting more and more because we only estimated. And we have to estimate really well so we don't go 1 penny over a magic line. Well, why don't we try going 1 penny over that magic line and leave some education program left? My second year teacher, I lost all the counselors in this district and taught for 20 years without them. We got rid of them because they wanted to keep football at the time, and eventually we lost sports. But we had a fund balance of $84 million. So let's find a middle road. Instead of the $15, $16 million you're proposing, let's only cut $10 million. There, I just saved you $5 million. You can restore some programs. Now, counselors, classified, site administrators, librarians, teachers, music. You can save them if you don't worship a number that you know is made up by estimates. Now, one last thing, school resource officers. I love that program. When I was teaching in middle school, it was very important. But you know something? At $500,000, let's let the Concord and Pleasant Hill Police Department take care of real crime, and we won't have to arrest our kids for being upset. There, I now saved you around $7 million. You can save most of these programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Janley Marshall, followed by Carissa Weintraub.
Hi, my name is Janley Marshall, and I am a crier. And I am a parent here in the MDUSD of 2 students at Ignacio Valley High School. We chose to go to Ignacio Valley High School specifically for the International Baccalaureate program and the fantastic music program led by Mr. P. If you start cutting these programs at the bottom, you are cutting them at the top of the education as well. You have to put the students first. Every student, the whole student. Every student is unique, not just my 2. I don't stand here just for them. I stand here for all the parents who couldn't come tonight. And for all the voices that aren't being heard. All of these educators are public servants. You are our elected public servants. I am looking for your leadership. I am looking for you to go to the state to get the funding for our district that we need, that our children deserve, and our future deserves. Yeah, I'm from the 80s. I believe the children are the future. And I want to see them succeed. And we want to know how to help as parents. We need to know. I'm more informed now than I was when I arrived. And if you tell me how I can help, and if you tell me what I can do, because I am following you, you're our leaders. So help us and do what all these lovely, magnificent, underpaid instructors have said all night. Don't touch our students. Don't cut near them. Thank you.
Carissa's coming up, and then Jamario Jackson.
Please imagine I'm wearing a blue shirt when I left the house at 6 a.m. this morning. It was on my table.
You are wearing a blue shirt.
Yeah, that's true. Not the exact same though. All right, good evening. My name is Carissa Weintraub, and I've been a life science teacher in the Mount Diablo School District since January 2001. For the past 5 years, I've been the International Baccalaureate Coordinator at Ignacio Valley High School, as well as a teacher. I saw us through the 3-year authorization process, and we're currently going to graduate our second class of seniors on May 28th. I want to share with you how the IB program has already impacted our students in just 2.5 years of offering IB courses. First off, over 500 juniors and seniors have already taken IB classes, bringing more academic equity and a higher quality of education for our YV population. Of the 179 exams completed last year, which was our first graduating class and the first time we actually had tests, 66 exams that actually scored high enough to qualify for college credit in the UC system. This year, in our graduating senior class, the percentage of full-time IB students exceeds the general population of Spanish speakers. Though mostly fluent now, 100% of these students speak English as a second language. One of our soon-to-be graduating seniors had an informal interview with Harvard, and she is the first student in her family to even think about going to college. Another has already been accepted to the University of Loyola at Chicago and has been offered over $33,000 in private scholarships. The graduating class from last year, they are attending UC Berkeley, UC Davis, UC Santa Cruz, Indiana Tech with a full ride scholarship for 4 years, among other schools. But it's more than just college acceptance. Our program is a family. They're immersed in classes that require critical thinking, encourages self-reflection, and university-level research skills. It encourages a lifelong love for learning, and these students...
Final thought.
We are building a community at YV along with our librarian that is an essential part. We have a librarian 5 days a week. It has made a huge difference, not just for our IB students, but for all of our YVHS students. And the only reason we have our librarian 5 days a week is because it's a requirement for our IB authorization. Thank you.
Jamari Jackson, followed by Brianna Mullen.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
My name is Jamario Jackson. A product of MDUSD. I started playing song flute in like the 3rd or 4th grade, so this really hits close to home. Where do I want to begin? This is tough. So I work in the transportation space, and one of the things that we talk about is poor planning decisions for like the transportation world. What you're doing here is a poor decision, right? And so one of the things that you should consider is public input and how to build that into the process, because it's not happening. Us giving you public comment today isn't a part of that particular public process that could be more informed in your decision making and your vote tonight. And so it's really challenging for a lot of us to come up here and give you comments when you sort of kind of already have a decision that you have to make in mind. And so push back against the staff recommendation if you can. You don't have to vote for what they're proposing for you. You're a publicly elected official, and so you do owe us. You're a publicly elected official, and so you do have an obligation to listen to things that we say and input policies based on what we want and how we want it. And so like we vote you in, some of us don't vote you in, but just because that you're here, you do represent all of us as families, as students. Music in particular, you're cutting that, and it's a program that really hits home for us because you don't fully fund it. Like we repair our own instruments, we exchange instruments, we buy our own reeds, and so it's really devastating that you could just make a cut, and it really does impact our lives. It's not just a position, but it's the program and the relationships that lie within that that's really important to recognize. That's all I'm gonna say.
Brianna, followed by our longtime friend, Azam Yahya.
It's a Zima, it's okay, I'm his sister.
Oh, okay. By relation then, please. Okay.
So tomorrow is a hard figure to follow, but my name is Brianna Mullen. I am an MDUSD alumni from 2011. I graduated from Concord High School. I was involved in every single band program you could possibly imagine. My family life was incredibly difficult. Both my parents were drug and alcohol users, and I was so excited about starting music because it was the safe place for me. I won a scholarship from the local PTA to pay for my $200 clarinet rentals 4th and 5th grade year because it was something that my family couldn't afford. When I left my home at 17, it was a band program and band family that took me in. When I graduated from UC Berkeley with a full ride scholarship, it was a band program family that watched me walk across that stage. 10 years ago, I stood in front of this board and I asked you not to cut elementary school music when I was a high school student. I heard lots of very interesting presentations about COLA, about budget cuts, and I was fascinated with what that meant and why we were in the position we were in. So I decided to go to Sacramento, where I was policy advisor to the state superintendent of public instruction for 4 years. I now work as an educational policy consultant with districts all across the state. I know that you're in a very difficult position because I work with districts that are in your position all the time. I'm very empathetic with the cuts you have to make, but it's also your responsibility to understand how they affect the programs and families here today. So I'll just say that, I think that music is a core piece of our educational program. we've heard from a lot of people here today why that is so. There's a lot of structural reasons why we have to be in the position we are today, but I'm here with you. I'm trying to fight all of these cuts from here to Sacramento. There are a lot of people in this room who want to be by your side, but you also have the responsibility to figure out, with LCFF and what LCAP looks like, how you make those cuts. That decision is now on your plate when it wasn't 10 years ago, and you do have the ability to save instrumental music. So, thank you.
Azima, come on up. Back to your brother's at Cal now, right? Isn't it? Go Bears. Followed by Tiffany Kavanaugh. Back to him.
Dear Superintendent Martinez, Board President Lawrence, and fellow board members, my name is Azima Yaya, and I graduated in 2015 from Concord High School, and then I just recently graduated from UC Davis. You've heard it, so I'm not going to belabor the point, and we know, you know, not to cut elementary music. We know you know that. I was lucky enough to start music in 4th and 5th grade at Mountain View, where I learned to play the flute and continued on at El Dorado, and when I got to Concord High, so many more doors opened up because of music. I participated in various music groups and even had the honor to be the drum major of the Minutemen Marching Band. But my time in music was so much more than learning to play an instrument. It taught me the importance of growth, it gave me a family to turn to, a safe place to eat lunch, relationships that have lasted far beyond graduation, and skills that can be difficult to learn from simply sitting inside a classroom. Being part of instrumental music showed me the path I wanted for the rest of my life. Ultimately, it's the reason I chose to go into education. If I hadn't had the chance to start music in elementary school, I'm not sure I would have discovered my passion for teaching or find a supportive community that has stuck with me ever since 4th grade. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of other students like me who found safety and love in music, and our students deserve safety and love. So I ask you not to cut 4th grade instrumental music, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Azima. Annie Hadland and Tiffany Kavanaugh.
Hello. My name is Annie Hagland. I'm an elementary counselor at this school, Monty Gardens Elementary, and also at Valley Verde Elementary. This is my 4th year with the district, and I also grew up in this district. I came tonight to share my thoughts on the proposed budget cuts, specifically as they relate to counselors. When preparing my statement for tonight, I researched the mission statements of many of the schools in our district. Many schools have missions that include a statement about striving to ensure our students succeed and thrive in 21st century society. Unfortunately, 21st century society is plagued by increased rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide amongst adolescents. As we all know too well, school shootings are on the rise. School violence has increased by 19% in the 21st century. I don't reference this to bring us down, but to make the point that our students need us now more than ever. School counselors have the ability to help students develop more positive features in their lives by acting as mentors, reinforcing student involvement in extracurricular activities, developing a positive and accepting school climate in which students celebrate their differences, not feel excluded because of them, motivating students to develop a connection within the school, connecting with parents and families to enhance family involvement, and helping students recognize their strengths, goals, and realize their potential. Research has shown that increased number of school counselors have resulted in higher graduation rates, better attendance, and lower rates of problem behaviors among students, to name a few of the positive outcomes. This is not to say we deserve all of the credit for student success. We don't. But school counselors are an important piece of the puzzle for sure. When I was a student in this district, we didn't have any counselors. That was a huge mistake. Let's do right by our students this time around. An investment in school counselors is an investment in entire schools, families, staff, and whole communities. Thank you.
Tiffany Kavanaugh, followed by Willie Mims. We have Tiffany, otherwise Mr. Mims.
for as chair of the Clay Honor. To the board, I'm here to support all the employees who are in this chopping block chair. I understand your timeline and what you have to do, but school boards across this state are facing cuts. Why? Because all of you, including you, failed to plan for this moment. You knew that the moment was coming. And when I looked at the staff report on page 3, and it says intentional deficit spending, why would you intend to put yourself in a deficit spending mode? I mean, this board voted on each one of those items when they came before you in the past. Every time they came with a budget, you voted on it. So unless they didn't tell you, that the staff didn't tell you that they were in deficit spending mode for the total time. Now I hope that they did, or if they did, then shame on you, because now everybody's here and you are putting them on the chopping block. So I'm here to support everybody, and I think that some of the things that you have on this list, I'm somewhat concerned about. And one of them says extra time for sites with no principals. So where's the support coming in from, for the principals? No vice principals, no vice principals. So I guess the principals themselves are going to be the ones running everything. And now you're going to get rid of the counselors. You're going to have a serious problem. You already have some serious social and emotional problems across this whole district. You also have a serious suspension problem. And so, where are your counselors at? To get rid of counselors, I think that is a serious injustice on that part. So, thank you.
Thank you. And then I believe as our last card is Jenna Nash.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez and school board. My name is Jenna Nash, and I need to stand up here tonight and tell you why school counselors are vital members of the education team. I am an elementary school counselor working at 2 schools, as well as a support counselor for the district. And tonight, I want to specifically talk about why elementary school counseling is the foundation for future success. Numerous studies have argued over and over again that early prevention and intervention practices are the most effective. Intervene early during a time when a child is developing their attitudes about school, self, peers, social group, and family. These students are at such a vulnerable and impressionable age, and as counselors, we can help teach the knowledge, attitudes, and skills that these children need in order to thrive. School counselors are essential to ensuring that students receive the comprehensive supports and services they deserve. Our students face so many hardships each year. It's no secret that trauma profoundly exists in our schools. You can't expect a student to academically achieve without addressing their social, emotional needs first. A huge focus for the district this year has been on equity and why you do what you do. Well, why do counselors do what they do? To put students first, to help students feel valued, seen, and heard. We play a critical role in ensuring that students get opportunities to have safe and enriching experiences in and out of school. We as a counseling staff are highly trained to address the variety of challenges our students face today. And especially in our day and age, mental health deserves to be at the forefront of education. Thank you.
And so I misspoke. I actually have one, Craig Yen, and then on 10.1 I have Carissa Weintraub. So, but Craig to finish up on 9.3.
Hey, what's this say? Hey, board members.
Craig.
Hey. I've sent multiple emails. In April, I sent emails. Dr. Martinez, you were not here as our superintendent yet. Dr. Nellie Meyer never replied to me. For all those people that didn't reply to me, I recopied those emails, sent them again. I considered printing them out and just hand delivering them to you today. Did it again, just to get an idea. I am concerned about a couple of things. When we were talking about the third year projection out, were we thinking that we're going to give a 0% salary increase, or do we actually think that we might try to give a portion of that COLA to our deserving employees? I am concerned about the $2 million in classified cuts. That information is forthcoming. What's that going to mean for our students? 5 PE for elementary PE, that's negotiated into the contract. 120 minutes for 4th and 5th grade. Medea was looking at it and saying, hey, we would love to get this for all of the elementary students. And there was a lawsuit. And we had to put in all those PE minutes. There's grievances filed where it is, according to Ed Code, it has to be 45-1. And you put the elementary PE teachers' fiscal, put them right there as one of the cuts. I think about those junior high sports that are there. No one's spoken to them. I think of my students, my 5th grade students, heading towards over to Foothill, and we were talking about a minimal amount. We talked about equity. Are we being equitable to our students? And there's countless ways where we're like looking at this and just saying, maybe we're equitable. These are tough decisions. But think about it from that lens of equity. Think about it from those students that are deserving of and fight for them. Thank you.
Thank you. So Carissa, I have you as my last card. Do you want to go now or wait? That'd be fine.
Good evening again. I wanted to address the issue about my position, the 60% release for the IB coordinator position. The IB program is a beast of a complex program that I have gone to multiple trainings for to be the IB coordinator. I honestly don't know what Dr. Lisa Gonzalez, with all due respect, was talking about, with my position being supervisory, because quite frankly, that is just a little tiny portion of what I do. And in fact, this year, Miss Aline Lee has been the admin, the district liaison that's been actually doing the supervisory responsibilities for my position. I do a tremendous amount supporting teachers, supporting students, actually doing the day-to-day maintenance of the little details of the program that people don't understand unless they have been to an IB training and have practiced it. It has taken me, honestly, about 5 years from the time we started until now for me to feel confident in what I'm doing in my position. It is that much of a learning curve. I wanted to make sure you also know that the IB organization expects the coordinator to be upholding the integrity of the program. This is actually written into their application for authorization. And if there's not a person fulfilling that position, they actually pull their authorization. It is that important for them to have an IB coordinator in that position. There's actually a 2-page document of a job description I'll be happy to send to you. I'm not going to go over the details of that now, but I'll be happy to send that to your direction. You can see how much of my position is not supervisory, but it's really maintaining the integrity of the program and also offering support, program support. So why am I telling you this? It's not because I'm trying to save my job, because I'm a science teacher in this district for 20 years. I have a job and I love teaching, right? So that's okay. The reason I'm telling you this is because if we do not have an IB coordinator position, the program will die. And it will die. There's no question about that. I'm not saying this for myself. I am saying this for our students. They will 100% bear the burden of cutting my position and also reductions on the IB program. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. I do have Dr. Martinez 2 notes. One was Ms. Callum's question, if we could address that first. What happens if we don't pass a budget?
I'm going to ask our Chief Business Officer, Lisa Gonzalez, Dr. Lisa Gonzalez, to come up. We've got a couple of different points of structure and process if in fact we don't move forward with the budget reductions.
So clearly we're going to take the direction from the board as to where we go. I'm not going to say that the tentative agreement is the reason that we have this deficit. However, it is contributing to it. If we do not get direction on where to reduce, we cannot bring the tentative agreement forward, and we would need to go back to the table with Medea. If it appears that we're going to bring the tentative agreement forward without reductions, or now based on our second interim that the county office will get next week, they are going to issue a letter of going concern that they expect that any approval would put our budget into the negative, which means we would go from qualified to negative. At that point in time, they would appoint a fiscal advisor. That an individual would have stay and rescind authority to go in and invalidate the tentative agreement. So really what we've done so far is we've made some level of cuts. It's addressed a lot of the structural deficit, but right now we cannot cover the tentative agreement. Wanted to double check this, and so I did have a call with the county office when I stepped out. I did have a call with 2 other fiscal advisors who are reiterating the same thing.
So, can I just ask a question on that? Just to clarify, what could happen is that our local board control over these decisions, we could lose that to where the county would be able to be making financial decisions for this district. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is what happens when your budget goes negative. They will appoint a fiscal advisor. It's happened with many districts all over the state. Quite honestly, I anticipate that it's going to happen more and more because more districts are in the position that we're in. But yes, they would have the ability to appoint someone, and while we would have some input as to who that individual would be, their responsibility would be to go straight back to the county office. They would come in, they would monitor every decision that we made, and they would be reporting back to the county office on what we were doing to address our structural deficit and our deficit issues, yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
The other question that was asked that I wanted to direct to staff was class size reduction at the elementary level. Will there be a change in funds under the proposed ratios that we have? Would there be a change? Would we lose out on class size reduction funds?
So I know that others can speak to this a little better than I can, and certainly Dr. Martinez can jump in as well. Class size reduction and the funding for that went away many years ago. And so now we have grade span adjustments, and so you've seen at many of our budget presentations, you get different amounts of money that go with different grade levels or groups of students. And so, you know, the most money that you see is in the high school area because it's expecting that we're going to have career technical education programs and other options that are available for students. So the way that it works in the state is that if you have a bargained agreement that has a number higher than 24, you continue to get the funds, and there is no maintenance of effort or expectation that you are working to reduce that class size. So provided you are following what is in your bargained agreement, you will still get the money, but you can increase class sizes to that level.
Yes, when it was originally came through, again, and reiterating class size reduction, which was initiated back in 1996, those funds have ceased under legislation. That's when we were at 20-to-1 for kindergarten through 3rd grade. And again, so that program has ended. The grade span adjustment, when it originally came out, was intended so that every school by average would be at 24-to-1 or lower. However, again, within that legislation, as Dr. Gonzalez indicated, If there were districts that had other agreements as part of their collective bargaining, a school district could flex those dollars and maintain that and not reduce. Now, many districts have attempted to get down to the 24-to-1. People, have that perception that it's absolutely better to have fewer students within the classroom setting. But again, there is flexibility there. And so, just to restate it, our current projections for our enrollment are based at now 26-to-1 for TK, because again, though TK wasn't part of the original legislation, now that it's here, if you maintain a TK, the design is that you really staff the same way as the other programs. So we're projecting the 26-to-1, and rather than again go up to the full contract levels, we're at 31-to-1 in the 4th and 5th grade for our projections for next year.
Thank you. We will open it for board discussion and comments and questions.
I'm never afraid to put my neck on the line and speak up, so I'll do that. First off, I want to thank everybody that came. I want to thank everybody that sent over 200 emails. I want to thank everybody that responded to the survey. I went online and I read every recommendation from staff, from parents. I tallied it, I've looked at it, I'm weighing it. My mind is not made up at this point. I can tell you there are things on this list that my mind will not allow me to vote for at this time. I think the public has to understand that we don't have a chance to sit around and chat a lot. The Brown Act doesn't allow that. And I know it's frustrating that we keep having these meetings and we keep getting information, but I think I can speak for the whole board when I say that it's because we're trying to get the best information we can to make the best decisions that we can that disrupt the lives of our children and family the least. I thank the staff for putting together the information. I feel bad sometimes for them when they put it together and I say, no, go back. That doesn't work. However, I'll continue to do that, and I can only tell you that I will not vote for something I do not think is morally right, and I might end up being the only no vote, but that's where I stand, and it is our job. It's not a fun part of our job, but it is our responsibility. It is your responsibility to come out and share your concerns with us, and trust that we're going to do the best that we can. Having said that, when your whole business, if you want to call it a business, is about the relationships between children and adults, there are going to be some people that are hurt and some kids that unfortunately will miss something they've had before, but all we can do is minimize it the best we can. Encourage voters. Tomorrow is election day. Go out and vote. When we have in November, and hopefully the bond, go out and vote, and hopefully some of those things we're going to be forced to eliminate, we can then start bringing right back. So that's where I stand, and again, I appreciate all of you coming out and sharing your time and your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Ms. Durkee.
I'm flying out. I'm just freezing up here, so if I'm going to close the door, so my brain. But I agree. First, I do want to thank everybody for coming, and I want to thank the staff, because I know a lot of hard work went into this, and I have to assume that other board members were doing what I was doing, was asking lots of questions, sending lots of emails, looking for answers, even prior to tonight. So they've been very responsive, and I think are running as fast as they can. The time is not in our favor in this situation, so and I want to just clarify and make sure I'm understanding and everybody's understanding. We're talking about elementary instrumental music. We're talking about which is currently 4th and 5th grade. We're talking about eliminating 4th grade. Is that right? Okay. Just want to be clear. And I understand, the impact and looking at the whole program, et cetera, et cetera. I think we could spend a lot of time trying to, look back and say, how did we get here, or what happened, well, whatever. That's not going to help us moving forward. As many people have said, this is a statewide problem. More and more school districts are struggling. We're basically flat funded. And yes, I think I wasn't on the board for the whole time, but the board took advantage of additional funding coming in, because what was happening is the state was beginning to pay school districts back for not paying the full amount for a number of years. And so funding was coming in. And I think there was probably a sense of not being 100% sure whether that funding would continue or not. So whether we call it one-time funding or not, I think it's fair to say that might not have been crystal clear. And so, shame on us for adding back counselors. Shame on us for, doing good things all these years to bring back so many things that many of us actually lived through when they were cut. So, but here we are. State funding is now very flat, and it's actually negative because, again, the costs are going up at a higher rate than the regular funding. And we can't be sure what the future is going to hold. Clearly, people ask, what can I do? We all have a responsibility to be speaking up to our representatives in Sacramento. It's a criminal act that California, I think, is now 38th in the nation in per pupil funding. It's absolutely criminal. It's not acceptable. It needs to change. Otherwise, we're going to be here year after year after year having these same conversations. So that's something everybody can do. Is if you don't understand what that means, there's a fullandfairfunding.org website. There's very clear explanation of what that looks like. There's a lot of efforts out there and a lot of initiatives that are coming up to bring more funding to public education. We have the 5th largest economy in the world, and we are 38th in the nation in what we spend per pupil. So it's no wonder that we're all struggling, and it's not going to get better unless that formula changes. But anyway, back home, we have to deal with this, and I guess my logic, there's no good cuts on here. There's nothing. We all just sat and listened, and you can make a case for every single issue. There are significant cuts being proposed for the district office. I know it's sometimes, I get the concept of being away from the classroom, totally agree with that. But I think sometimes that gets used to say, well, just anybody that doesn't at a site can go. And, some of you know that that's not doable either. You have these systems around there. There's a lot of important positions, but I do think we have to look at everything. And one logical way in my mind is that we look at trying to even more evenly distribute the reductions, so, I know this isn't going to be a popular thought, 4th and 5th grade and what currently makes up instrumental. I was happy to see the change from the original presentation that it wasn't all for both 4th and 5th, and it's just 4th, and I know, for some it's not wonderful, it's still terrible, but that's an example of, not just like totally wipe out things. And there may be some areas where we question, do we really need this, and it's acceptable to think about maybe we don't do that anymore. But it's a lot of money that we have to cut. And we, as a board, questioned also, what happens if we don't do it now? And it's a compounding effect. You heard in the presentation there was a recognition that the board had approved some cuts, and I think I don't like to blame people. I just think in the transition something got lost, and the cuts didn't actually hit the paper, so they're still on the books. And so we're kind of paying for that now because it compounds. If we don't do it back here, then it compounds. So there's a bit of that going on, and so I don't feel that we can afford to not make, at least now we're at the 14.1 million. I think we have to look seriously at that, so that we aren't sitting here, so we won't be sitting here having the same conversation, and then, again, from the compounding effect, you're going to have to be looking at more money to cut too. So I think if we look at all those things, that's kind of where my mind is going, is I'm a huge advocate for looking out for children's mental health. issues. It's dear and near to my heart, unfortunately. So I feel very strongly about that. We live through an era without counselors. I think we have more and more children and families that are struggling, and so that brings more and more children with issues that, really do need to be attended to. So I think that's one area, so maybe we try to minimize or cut back on the number of cuts we do in that area as one possible. We got to do the math. It's got to add up. We still have to do the math. So I'm just sharing kind of, my thought process right now without any definitive statements that we try to go through and say, okay, well, maybe don't make as drastic as a cut. Recognize that we're all, in it together and just all have to share the burden. I mean, I was working here in 2008, 2009. I was a director. I sat down at a table with the assistant soup, and we all just put it out there on the table and said, this is our goal. How do we get there? And we did it. We did it as a team. It wasn't wonderful. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't, not everything was, well received, but we did as a group process. I think we've kind of approached it with that. There's always going to be things that are more painful for different people, but recognizing that, how can we collectively figure this out? And I think we do need to move forward. We need to act, otherwise we're going to create other problems for ourselves and that might result in more cuts that we don't want to see. So again, I just want to thank everybody for your input. We've all gotten, I can't even count how many emails we've gotten. I'll be the first to say I didn't respond to every single one. I spent hours and hours responding to at least let people know I've read it. I've hit a lot of them, but I didn't hit them all. But I'm going to keep going. So I just want you to know we appreciate the input, but realize that we are all, again, getting hundreds of emails on all these topics. So thank you.
I apologize. As trustees, you've all shared passionate information about the process. And to Mr. Langley's point, yes, our hearts are breaking, and we regret this situation. I know you didn't want me to say that, but I feel compelled to say that. My concern at this point in time is asking questions rather than dwelling on the comments that we would make. We've made them in emails, we've made them at board meetings before. Of course, we will be there advocating in Sacramento. March 17th is the CSBA Advocacy Day. We're going to be there. So please understand that we are doing as much as we can to encourage folks in Sacramento to consider increasing the budget. With the coronavirus and with the impact that has on business as well as families, not only in the United States as well as globally, I'm very concerned that there will be any additional income, and perhaps there will be more reductions before June 30th. It's the first time that I have felt so concerned and less optimistic. So I have questions about some of the items on the PKS and our next steps as we make these decisions. And do we want to have a meeting extension at that point in time? So, because we need to have a good discussion as a board, and we haven't had that opportunity yet.
So yes, I would entertain a extension for the meeting. It's 9:45 right now. Someone wants to think about what they might like to make a motion for in the interim, Ms. Calland. Any comments? Otherwise, we can move to discussion of the particular items.
Are you looking for a motion to extend the meeting, or?
I didn't know if you had comments since other board members.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I do. So I just wanted to say that this whole process is just heartbreaking. It really is, right?
none of us want to make any of these cuts, really. I hope that our state leaders will watch the video and listen to every single person who spoke tonight, because they need to hear your stories. So if you can, make those phone calls, come with us to Sacramento. We need to be sharing these stories with our state leaders for the decisions that they're making about education. I was just a few days ago at a meeting with school board members from all around the state. Almost every single district of school board members that was there was making cuts, drastic cuts. So it's not just us. And each of them were saying, our community is concerned that maybe it's just our district, and maybe we're just mismanaging our funds. This is so much bigger than that, right? This is statewide, and it's heartbreaking. And I'm glad that we're at a point where we are making a decision now, so that hopefully we won't need to consider even bigger, more drastic things like closing schools. We're not to that point yet. But we are at a point of some very serious decisions, right? Someone mentioned the state surgeon general talking about mental health and the importance of that in our youth. Maybe we all need to call her up and ask her to advocate for the state to fund counselors in our schools, right? I mean, why is that not happening? I appreciate some of the ideas that we've heard. There was an idea around the counselor number of days in the contract, being able to change that. I think that's a negotiation item probably, but interesting idea. I'm also concerned about equity. I think one of the things about school funding overall, right, is that when you increase school funding for all kids, the kids who benefit the most are the low-income kids, are the most vulnerable populations. So when we make reductions, the same thing happens. So if we have to make any of these reductions, I think one thing we need to think about is how are we placing our staff at our different schools when it is such a minimal thing, right? We have so few adults per child overall in the district. How are we allocating those adults to make sure that our most vulnerable kids are served? So counselors, is that something that we're doing on a per student, basis, or are we looking at, which are the schools that have the most 5150s, something like that, to make sure those areas have more counselors? So even after these decisions are made, I think we need to look at it with an equity lens and make sure that we allocate our scarce resources carefully. And beyond that, I agree with fellow board members here that we need to ask questions and try as hard as we can to make decisions, either tonight or I think by next Monday would probably be the latest, I believe, for the PKS list. So I'm willing to stay here as long as it takes to get that done. So I would like to make a motion that we extend the meeting to midnight.
Do we have a second? That doesn't mean we have to stay till midnight.
Yeah. We don't have to stay till midnight, just means we can.
Do I have a second?
A second.
I think we could just take a voice vote. And so, motion by Ms. Cowan, second by Ms. Durkee. I will take a voice vote starting with Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
She votes yes. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Cowan?
Yes.
I also vote yes, 5-0, so we will have the ability to go until midnight if needed. So I think my fellow board members said it well. I don't want to be redundant. Again, thanking everyone who came out. Just one comment that I heard that I do want to address. I think the idea of shared sacrifice and sacrificing from the top is one that is very legitimate and we should be mindful of. I do want to share, so board members I think receive, it's around $600 per month. And I myself have never taken medical benefits, but there was a motion to eliminate medical benefits for board members, and I believe I think I was the deciding vote against that. I voted against eliminating medical benefits for board members because one of the things I've noticed is that our board does not necessarily represent our community. It does not look like our community. based on who I've served with on this board, distinguished as they've all been. And so I think we need to look at how can we encourage other people working, parents and other members of the community to possibly run for the board. We're moving to district elections, but as for me, that's why I've continued to support board members receiving what they receive in a hope for that. So with that, we have the option of further discussion tonight, asking questions, or we can make a motion on the reductions that have been presented. So I think before we made it, I would certainly suggest before we made any reductions that we would have more questions. I will start with the fact that, you know, I want to lay out that there will be teachers who lose their jobs. There will be classified employees who lose their jobs. There will be a smaller number of ELD teachers. There will be a smaller number of counselors. And it pains me to say all of those things, but I think those are based on the numbers. I don't see a way around those particular things, but I think the numbers are still something we can look at. I think that one of the reasons I also thank staff for presenting us with options and giving us the ability to make changes. You know, when the counselors stand up and they have the shirts that say "You Matter," I think that's such a powerful thing for our students, and it's important that, you know, we as a board and we as a district say that back to our students as well as our employees, that you matter. And so it will be painful to make any cuts, but they will be coming. I have a couple of areas, and you know, I say this in part because I've seen the impact that music has had on my own children, and some, you know, I've got a 5th grade daughter, and so it hit home for me having the 3 5th grade girls come up and talk about the impact as well as all the other speakers. You know, I've got a 3rd grade daughter who came home in tears because she thought she might not get to participate in instrumental music. And I think it's part of what, beyond just test scores, I think as we look at not just our children as test scores, but as fully functioning, the whole child, as Mr. Langley has said in the past. And I think that's something that we need to be very cognizant of. And so for me, one of the areas that I would rather see, whether it is our school resource officers, whether it be the TOSAs, some other areas, I would not be voting for instrumental music to be cut. I would also say that both the ELDs and the counselors, I believe the cuts are too drastic. There will be cuts, and I want to be clear on that. But I think we can look at those. And so again, when I look at things like, when we look at the bottom of our list, the other possibilities, so for me, AVID is one that I would trade AVID for some of the programs that I think we need to retain. I would say the same thing in regards to the school resource officers, and I recognize the superintendent and staff have made cuts at the administrative level, but I would look for more cuts there. As much as I appreciate the job that's being done, I do think we need to look at the top levels, and I think that even comes to things like the assistant superintendents. I think this board has said it, but I think we need to follow through on making sure that. But there has to be a balance because the people in administrative roles do support and enable our teachers to teach and enable them to make an impact. And so I think there has to be that balance. But those are, for me, some of the items that I would see and look for where else can we make cuts, and those are some of the trade-offs. And so I would open it to other board members as well.
Okay, if we're going to be specific, I can't support cutting music. I can't support cutting LLD, those are our kids that are in most need. I was actually the one that came up with the idea of letting the communities pay for their own school resource officers if they want them. Bay Point manages to do it, so if other communities think it's really worthwhile, they will find the money to do that. One thing that we haven't looked at, and I don't know if it's too late to be considered for this go-round, but I also feel very strongly like that the daycare centers that rent from us need to be paying us actual money.
Yeah.
They're using our spaces. We're starting to get a handle on what the charter schools are paying us, so I think we need to move forward with that and settle that so we're not in litigation with them all the time. The middle school sports, it's mostly funded by, unless it's changed, mostly funded by the after-school program, so it wouldn't impact all of the middle schools, if that's still correct. So, the iReady, gone as far as I'm concerned. Less consulting contracts, doing more in-house, less conferences, less workshops, training. I need more detail on the administrative though, because when you talk, it's very vague, that area. And I agree that, we don't want to be top heavy, but I will tell you that oftentimes when I'm out visiting schools, I get complaints that they don't feel like there's enough contact with district office. They're not getting enough direction. So I don't want to deplete that so much the schools feel like they're dangling out there with no leadership. And in all due respect, I understand that they want to look at reorganization, but I don't think you wait till the hurricane's about to hit your house and decide to remodel. First, you're going to sit and make the decision you have to make to be secure, then we can remodel later. So I'm a little concerned about that. I want to have more conversations about that. I think moving forward, again, counseling, I think it's needed. But I think if we cut back some, there are funds. I've recently just turned this couple things over to the superintendent. Kaiser is now very interested in funding counselors at schools specifically. There's equity funding out there. San Francisco Foundation is interested in funding equity. I think there's some ways that we can bring back some of the things that we have to cut. But I think it's irresponsible of us not to cut enough where we don't have to do this every year. And hopefully we'll get funding from the state and it'll be, just a bad year that we went through. But those are some of my thoughts. And unfortunately, I personally think it's going to take another meeting before March 9th. And at that time, I'd kind of like all of us to come with our list of this is an absolute no, and this is an okay, and start cutting, unfortunately. So that's kind of where I am.
Can I say something? So I agree with the last part for sure. And I think maybe it's be helpful it's good to sleep on things sometimes, and after all this input, and to think about it a little bit more. Maybe in between get a little bit more data, in terms of cost of some of these things that we're talking about. And I don't want to get preachy, but I do just want to remind all of us in all these line items, there are people, regardless of their level and where they work. So let's be kind, and it's hard. It's going to be terrible all the way around. But we do have a responsibility for doing the right thing to make sure that we're solvent. We don't want to get taken over by either the county or the state, and so we have to do the responsible thing. And so we'll do it well if we keep talking and be respectful of everybody's work is important. We need more of everything. Is the truth. We really do. Again, 38th in the nation per pupil spending says a lot. So we know we need more of everything. So it's just a matter of where we take the cuts right now. So, but I do agree. I think if we could maybe schedule another meeting before Monday.
I think there's a high likelihood that will be needed.
Okay.
Well, you guys are
Ms. Count?
Okay,
Ms.
thank
Count,
you.
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So a few things that I'm looking at. One is I absolutely agree with the JROTC reduction. I would also like to see, I believe that the military has a lot more funding than education does. And so I don't think any of our district funding should be going towards ROTC. So I would like to see that added into the savings. I also would like some information on the middle school sports because I think that is an equity issue. So if the after-school program is funding in enough areas, then that's one thing. But if this is
Just to clarify on that, so it's my understanding that the after-school program does not cover the cost of the middle school sports. That is out of the general fund. It's a designated amount that comes directly from the board to cover the middle school sports transportation, stipend costs. So that is something that is not the after-school and the referees.
Well, I just know originally programs that had after-school, the after-school paid for it, and then they brought in the schools that don't have after-school, which was, I believe, Pine Hollow and Foothill, and the money was there to cover those two sites, part of it, but it could have changed since then.
I think it has changed, but you're correct. That's the way it used to be.
okay, so along those lines, I would not want to cut middle school sports if it's an equity issue. On iReady, absolutely in support of cutting iReady. Absolutely want to thank Trustee Mason for bringing up the topic of the SROs. I think that is something that should not come out of our school district budgets as well. And AVID as well. I hear it's a wonderful program in a bunch of areas, but that again is something that's further away from the classroom. It's not actual, our classroom teachers directly being funded through that program. And hopefully the things that our teachers have learned through AVID and already begun to incorporate into the classroom, they can continue doing that without us having to continue paying the licensing fees yearly to AVID. I agree with what was said before about administrators, that we need more detail on that, and we need to be looking more closely at our top level administrators to see where we can make cuts. The librarian area, I would like to see us keep our certificated librarians. I think they do a lot of important work, and when we're looking just purely from a financial standpoint, it's not actually that much of a difference. So I think it's worth adding that right back in. Elementary instrumental music. I appreciate that. I thought that the cut was going to be 4th and 5th grade, so I do appreciate that staff was working to make sure that it was even less and that it's only 4th grade. But I do agree with my colleagues here that if it's at all possible to keep all of instrumental music, we should do that. Looking at the line for TOSAs, the Teachers on Special Assignment, I think every one of our TOSAs are wonderful people. I love you all, but I think that is an area where at least the ones at the district level, that is something that's further away from the classroom. I think that's an area where if we have a specific grant and a specific project, it's something that we could bring back in the future. But when we're making this level of cuts, I think we could at least double it, instead of 2.5, maybe 5.5, something like that in terms of the TOSAs would save us twice as much money there. The ELD support, very concerned about that. That seems like a very drastic cut in an area where we see yellow and red on our dashboard with these students, and knowing that the amount of newcomers that we have coming to this country that don't speak, that may be not literate even in their own language, don't speak English or Spanish, I think we have more and more of those students, and we need to figure out how to support them. So if there's a plan, a restructuring plan that's modeled on a successful district somewhere, something like that, where we know that those students will be served, that, in that case I would potentially support, but I would really need some more information there.
I was just going to add a clarification. The 1.0 elementary librarians was there if in fact we do have less classes overall. It may be a called for level of, we may have too many if we're meeting those needs. So that's why the 1.0 is there for elementary. So I want to make sure we're having a distinction between, are you saying let's not modify middle school and high school with the idea of having instructional media assistants in addition to maintaining this one librarian, even if there's a call for less need based under the number of classes. So it's a very specific decision.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. I would absolutely like to keep the middle and high school librarians. For elementary, I understand what you're saying as far as if there is less time needed. I'm still a bit concerned about that, just in terms of, I know that the current situation is there are some librarians that are traveling between more than 2 sites, and so I don't know how that works logistically.
Yeah, and again, we'll take that under advisement, but I just wanted to make sure that that's the comment, that we're looking at that with what we need and considering travel time, that type of process.
Yes, in terms of priorities, absolutely middle and high school are key there. The IB coordinator, having heard from Ms. Weintraub about her role and the importance for authorization, it seems important to keep the coordinator role. And then in terms of counselors, that's an area that is incredibly important. When I add it all up together, the current level of cuts for counselors, it's 1.2 million, and I'm not sure where else to find that amount of funding from. So it may be an area where, as Trustee Mason was saying, we may need to make more cuts than we want to there. I'd like to make 0 cuts. But if there are possibilities to fund that in another way, partnerships with our county, I think we need to really be looking at all options there. I think like in Alameda County, I've heard that the county provides actual counselors from the county that are staffed and paid by the county on school sites and mental health. So maybe we really need to look at what is Alameda doing and why is that not happening in Contra Costa. That's it.
I'll turn it to Ms. Mann in a second. Or to Ms. Durkee, I'll let them arm wrestle for it. But I think this is taking bets, Mr. Langley. I think that this is not an ideal way to go through this process, and I think all board members recognize this. But because of timelines as well as the Brown Act, this is, in essence, the best way that we can go about doing this. We're not given the opportunity to sit together and kind of bounce these things off and come forward with a clear, precise plan that this is, unless someone has a better idea, this is kind of how it needs to go. So forgive us for the view of the sausage making, but this is kind of how we have to do it.
So I did have some questions for Dr. Martinez and her staff. The and I was also wanted to know how we were going to use the process for our motions or action we are undertaking. The first thing I was looking at is the PowerPoint. One of the questions I have is on the PowerPoint, it says for administration, certificated management or administrators. The PowerPoint says 6, but both of the versions of the PKS say 8. So I would seek clarification regarding that.
So the PKS did provide the number 8 because what we've talked about is that there may be some continuous reorganization that was outside of the actual budget solutions. And so that's still being formulated for how we would go about providing service that some of those positions are doing. So we may have consolidation of positions or changes to positions. Remember that all certificated employees in the management area have received notice of a potential reassignment, release, reduction. So in essence, they've all received notice. On the PKS, I did identify a higher number with purpose, but we did not identify the specifics within the savings that we have come up with. That was a different number.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. Then when you move down to where it was slide 18 on middle school and high school vice principals, those were broken out to be 3.50 for middle school and 1 for high school. However, on the PKS, it just says secondary vice principals. I'm presuming that those two numbers have been added together then for that 4.5, is that correct?
Correct.
Then for the elementary teaching staff, the PowerPoint on slide 19 originally said 35 positions. The first PKS went up to 50, but the latest one now says 35. So 35 is the number for elementary teaching positions.
At the current moment, the PKS actually has 30 for multiple subject.
I apologize.
We have recognized that we have some retirements in the works. So again, knowing that we would have individuals already leaving, we were trying to be, again, as precise as we can, given the moving data.
And I apologize for panicking folks out there. The elementary instructional music, I have supported elementary instructional music as long as I can remember. I was pleased to see the compromise because originally I heard that we were considering eliminating both 4th and 5th grade music. Depending on how the board's discussion goes further, I'm probably interested in retaining 4th grade instructional music. On slide 20 of the PowerPoint, the information says we have 15.94 FTE for ELD support teachers. The slide recommended reducing that number by 11.44 positions. The first PKS says 13.8 positions, and because the numbers are broken out differently for middle school and high school, can you give me a definitive number for the PKS for the second PKS? Or I'm trying to understand what the total would be for ELD, because some of them are coordinators, some of them are, I just need some explanation.
Right, so we actually have, again, the ELD support teachers are the ones that are paid mainly at the school sites, providing, again, the compliance work, the services directly to students. We've had a number of them speak tonight. We do have several other folks who are identified in coordinator positions who are doing some of the work from the central office, I believe, in the TOSA roles. Am I correct, Jen? No. Can you speak to that, Jen? I'm going to have Jen Sachs come on up, please. Speak to that a little bit.
Good evening. So the EL support teacher are the individuals that work most closely with our English learners at the different school sites. Many of them travel. They work with our newcomers, as well as providing intervention for part of their day. They also spend time to ensure that we are compliant with regards to our reclassification of English learners, which does take some attention, as well as ensuring that we're communicating with families and ensuring that they're feeling welcome at our school. At the elementary level, our EL support teachers are instrumental in assessing the students initially as well as actively during the school year. At the secondary level, our students do go to the assessment center, but the majority of our new English learners do come to our elementary schools. At certain school sites, what they've done is that they've looked at their supplemental either budgets or they've looked at additional FTE and they've identified kind of an English learner kind of coordinator, somebody on school site in order to assist even more with that process. They want to make sure that our most vulnerable students are being supported at the school site. So that's really above and beyond what the EL support teachers that are district-wide, the services that they provide.
Thank you.
So in terms of was your question about matching up the budget cuts to the PKS list specifically for EL?
So let me add a little clarity there. The PKS that was identified as the EL service is primarily, again, the first folks that we talked about. There were some individuals who are designated as ELD support at the high school, and they were a separate item related to projected enrollment reductions and the work that the principals were doing at the school sites. So through the process, we did not put everything together, so that's why you're kind of seeing two different pots there for two different areas of service. It's not that we only have one job classification, if you will, working to provide support to EL students. It happens in several different ways across the district through both certificated employees.
So for the list where it says 13.8 ELD teachers, is that first through 12th grade, or is that primarily at elementary school level? Can you give me a sense of?
I'd like to invite Director Carmen Garces to the mic, who has all of the details at her fingertips.
Hello. We have EL support teachers at the elementary level, which are the ones that you saw today, and those are 12.5 FTE. Okay?
12.5 for elementary?
Yes. And then at the secondary level, we have 2 FTE.
The original, one of the slides said that we have 15.94 FTE.
And then we have one person at the assessment center.
Okay.
What's also important to note is the number that you have on the sheet, or all the individuals in that job classification. So some particular school sites have decided to pay out of their own site budget additional FTE, which is a site council decision, in order to ensure that our English learners are supported even more so.
So how is that reflected on this budget reduction list? Or is are the numbers recommended here just the basic numbers without considering the additions from site councils?
From my understanding, I'm looking to Dr. Gonzalez. From my understanding, the job classification, that position itself, was pulled without identifying exactly which of those positions were site funded versus district funded.
Yes, I believe the 15.94 was the total identification within the budgets that gave the full scope of individuals doing this work. Again, we went back to the current documents that we had that identified the 11.44 in the elementary. Again, it may not have picked up the person at the assessment center. I'm not sure on this particulars. I don't have that data in front of me. So we were trying to work, and then this came out pretty quickly last Thursday. Right. So it was kind of a very quick process when we need to really work to refine and be clear on the specific services that are here.
So if I could make an observation, and I'm probably completely wrong, if there are 12.5 ELD support teachers at the elementary school, it sounds like they're serving, one teacher serves 2 schools approximately. And that's
the support is really determined by the number of the students at the school site. So our school sites that have very low English learners, they may only see their EL support teacher one time a week. where we have other individuals that are absolutely full-time at particular school sites because of the number of English learners, at their school site. So it really depends, and there is a formula that it's based on.
So that's why it's not 15 or 30 elementary school sites. I understand that. Yes, thank you.
And I just want to clarify that the 15.94 comes straight, we use a pivot table so we can identify every single employee in the entire district. And so when we go into that job classification, there are 15.94 total FTEs, which based on the titles of the positions that they're in the conversation we just had, it would include the person at the assessment center.
It would include, I'm sorry.
The person at the assessment center.
Okay, all right. But it doesn't include the number of site councils that have paid for additional time out of their site council budgets?
Mika, my understanding on this position is it is 100% of all the positions in the district regardless of how they're funded.
So, but you can't be reducing ones that are funded by site councils, right? I mean, that's not, first of all, it doesn't impact this budget.
Well, it depends on what they end up doing with the budgets that they're given. But if they wanted to bring those back and they wanted to use their funds for that, then yes, that would be an option.
Okay. So I guess the reason I'm asking these questions is because I feel that this position is important, and I'm looking for a compromise because it is a large dollar amount. And, you know, I was hoping that it would be easy. Well, instead of one person for every 2 schools, we'd have one person for every 3 schools. And I realize that's not perfect in this world, but it's better than more draconian cuts, in my view. So I'm hoping that there can be some sort of information that can be provided and how we can find a compromise in some way.
What I would say is that on this issue, it is a very difficult issue, and again, one that did come late to us. While some individuals early on in the system had indicated maybe there's some services that we should look to reduce, again, and I'll say the late information that came gave us one level of interpretation of this work. And sometimes we get that one interpretation and then we start asking more and more questions about really how would we do without something and what is the best way to really go forward in the process. And quite frankly, this is one of those areas where it's very difficult to redesign everything that the individuals are currently doing to meet the needs of students, to ensure that the compliance pieces are taken care of, and to ensure that our students are receiving the supports they need, and that, quite frankly, our entire educational teaching staff is working to support our EL students through all of their instruction. So again, it's just one of those areas that trying to solve some of these problems very quickly for a budget solution does not mean we're coming up with the very best in the way of instructional design. We just have to be recognizing that is part of our problem here in the sense of moving very quickly with some of these budget solutions. It's more involved work. So again, just as this big idea came forward on Thursday, we need to do some more analysis to make sure that we can even move forward with this level of significant reduction to ensure that the compliance pieces are in place.
So, Mr. Lawrence, I have a question for you. In our process, do you want to consider the budget reduction process at this point in time, or do you want us to go through the PKS list and identify that at this particular time, or identify what we, make a motion for something to be removed from the PKS list?
Could I give you just a little bit of, and thank you for the question, but I don't want to jump in. So again, as we have presented the many options to you, while we've said we're looking for that $14.5 million, again, in the presentation, there's in essence $15.6 million thereabouts. through the conversation that has already come forward tonight, hearing about ideas about, again, not advancing SRO payments, not advancing AVID as a particular system of support within our district, not advancing commitments to JROTC. Potentially, again, we've talked about iReady as another option of not fulfilling even the base contract or maintaining that base contract. That is at least $858,000 if we're able to make those decisions. So there would be some direction from the board on kind of hearing that and pursue those issues. If we are doing that, again, what it in essence provides to the board are options to practically remove $2 million in current recommendations. So we're taking, again, the $14.5 million reduction that we need, making some changes, and in essence finding other dollars in different places or not committing current dollars to continuing process. So when you look at now these other recommendations, I'm also hearing that there's a large request to remove music at the elementary level and simply sustain our music programs. We are hearing again that there's some definite interest in not maintaining the level of cuts for counselors that we've been talking about and pulling that back. I'm trying to get a sense of, we're in essence giving some direction through the conversation, but what would be helpful would be, in essence, not that we have to take a vote on every one of those items, but if in fact we're going to be bringing back a very different version of recommendations, taking all of the board input, under advisement. We know that, again, there'll be some central management reductions. We've talked about that. I'm hearing from the board that there's a desire to have potentially even more, and again, all from several board members, but then seeing, well, how do we accomplish what we need to do with the remaining staff? That's the reorganizational side of who's remaining to do which particular things. So that will be part of it, but the reduction, as it stands right now, would be something we would continue to say, let's do this. If we are able to actually arrive at a reorganizational plan that gets us more dollars in savings, again, that frees up some ability to not pursue other reductions that we have. So it's kind of that give and take, if you will, to solve this budget problem. It'd be nice if we could just say, well, let's just only identify $6 million and call it a night. But quite frankly, we do need to have that overall decision that gets us to the 14.5 with some more revenue in essence, because we're not spending on these other things, SROs, AVID, ROTC, potentially iReady, and again, maybe several more. So those types of changes would redirect us. So I just want to, if I could, the PKS as it stands now, again, is based under a lot of the current projected reductions. If we're holding off on getting to better clarity on the budget, while it does provide us a tighter window to process the PKS, we had envisioned originally doing something like that on March 9th. That would be that Monday meeting. So again, that does put us a little bit more under the wire. But again, if that's more of a comfortability level so that the board is feeling that they're more secure in the budget, that matches the PKS so we don't have to get ahead of the PKS, that would be something that we can do.
So I want to share that I am supportive of AVID, at least K, or 1st through 8th. I've actually had high school parents contact me and indicate their support for the AVID program. I understand that there's conflict with certain students' schedules, and in particular with the IB program. Maybe there's a way to find a compromise so that some students don't have to take it, but I do believe that there are parents out there that have appreciated the AVID program, and I do believe that there are staff members that have found it beneficial in working with their students. I am concerned about the total elimination of iReady without having a backup in place for the basic testing, and I do believe that we should keep at least the minimum level of iReady. In my early visits in school sites, I found the discussions by the professional learning communities as staff members met to discuss their student scores based from those assessments, that was very beneficial, not only for the staff members to learn from one another how to help a student in a particular class, but also to understand how that student's performance was working across all courses that the student was taking, all the instruction. So I'm not ready to throw out iReady altogether. And I'll have further comments pretty soon.
Counting on it. Ms. Mason?
My understanding on the iReady is that we were keeping the assessment piece.
Somebody would know.
On here. That's what it says anyway.
Again, at this current point, the recommendation is that we maintain at a minimum $200,000 for the basic assessment piece.
Yeah, okay. And then I guess if you're looking for things to bring back for additional, I would like to see possibly more cuts in TOSAs and the BITSA program.
And to the superintendent's question, I guess for me, one of the things is, one, I would like to see if there are more options like the ones we've identified, and we may not move forward with them, but I appreciate that we do have some flexibility, but things like AVID and the SROs, are there other things that this board can look at as options? That's one. Two, I do want the data behind the proportions of administrative staff who are proposing being cut. What is that percentage? What is that ratio? I also do really want to be mindful, I think we've heard so much about our teachers and we have so much appreciation for our teachers, but being mindful of, we also still have the classified reductions, which are at $2 million, and that's 60 FTE. And one of the things I want to make really sure of, and this has been a consistent issue, is to the superintendent and HR to understand just across the board, but especially I know with our SEAs, that when we can't hire SEAs and then we go out and contract for subs for SEAs, and it costs more than having the SEAs. So I would like to understand more about that. So for me personally, I am not wanting to make a decision tonight. I would like to continue. I frankly, I want to push this to the edge, because the more information we get, I think we have better decisions. One of the things that I think back to is, I'm looking at the wall here with the list of teachers, and I see one who's Ms. Grisafi, who has shared with me, and she shared at a board meeting, that she was pink slipped early on in her career. She left, she went to Alameda, and then she came back. She was my son's kindergarten and first grade teacher. She was one of our teachers of teacher of the year, and those are the type of teachers that I think it's a wonderful thing we got her back, but so often that doesn't happen. And so what I want to look at is, what are the cuts that we can make that have more of a redemption, that we have more latitude to roll back, versus when you let teachers go, teachers especially with the fact that other districts are cutting, and so teachers are going to immediately start looking for other jobs and go to other districts. And that can be incredibly painful. So I want to give us as much time to allow for things like, if we're getting increased payments from the charter schools, what that impact that has. And so I want as much of that data as possible so that we can continue to limit the cuts to what is absolutely necessary and nothing above and beyond that. Ms. Mayor, I don't know if hopefully that answered your question to me. If you even, but it was a while ago, so.
Just one follow-up to what you just said on the one question on the elementary teaching staff along those lines. I understand that the calculation was made on TK to 3 at 26. I appreciate that was not at 31. But given that our
our prior understanding up until now of our goals was for TK to 3 at any given school site to be an average of 24-1. What would it cost to go from currently what you have at the 26 to making that a 24-1 average of a school site? Is that a big difference in terms of the cost?
I'd be interested in numbers, but I believe it's a pretty big number.
Right, well, again, the overall goal has been within the district to staff so that the average for any school site is no more than the 24-1. However, for TK3. So when we have done that analysis, however, we have been slightly over to the right around 25-1. Again, which is legally allowable, but it's been cresting on that. So in essence, the current staffing now is, quite frankly, right around 25-1. So this idea of staffing at 26 does buy us in some room, does recognize that you have teachers, but if you pull it back down and say, we want to go to 24, you're really looking at all of those teachers simply not having a reduction, and we're having 30 teachers to the tune of, in essence, $3 million. And that's just a rough estimate, but it's right in there. It's the entire cost.
Other questions, other comments, or other discussion from the board? I would also, I think, I'll reiterate, I'm totally behind on responding to emails. I've read all the emails, but I think all the board members have been inundated with emails, which I think is a show of commitment and concern. But I would also suggest that as members of the community and members, especially employees of our district, who have suggestions for cuts, because I think you've heard from board members that when we evaluate some of these programs, the first thing we look at is feedback from people who are actually implementing these programs. And so if there is a program, if there is a system, if there is something that you think this is not something that is bettering the education for the children in this district, I'd encourage you to reach out to any or all of the board members or to staff to share those suggestions. Why, hello, Anita. So at this point, I have a question for Dr. Martinez. I just want to make sure, from what I heard, there is not a need for the board to take action tonight, and two, that taking action, knowing that we would have to take action on a week from tonight on our regularly scheduled meeting would be sufficient. Is that correct, or do we need to schedule an additional special meeting?
Now, the primary focus right now that we would accomplish on the 9th would be the PKS. Again, it would be, I believe, appropriate to vote on the budget recommendations for reductions that are aligned with that PKS. Again, for the area of classified employees, we have this projection of, again, over 60 FTE. Some are captured with, there's a variety of positions within the classified service. Again, 3 different classifications, and there's classified managers as well. So really 4 different areas of individuals who will be identified by that PKS later, again, end of March or beginning of early April. So there's some time for that. The budget development process, again, is really incumbent upon us to create those decisions so that we can, if this is the direction of the board, move forward with the tentative agreement for Medea. We need the budget development decisions so that we can move forward with that agreement. And it's been mentioned before tonight that we do have general Me Too agreements with our other groups. So if we're able to make those budget recommendations for reduction, we can wait and do that next week. We can confirm a PKS for certificated reductions. We can and we will get letters out by Friday the 13th to certificated staff. Those are not hand-delivered letters following education code. They do go out in the mail. We can work to deliver what we can, but they have to get mailed in essence by that Friday to get a assured stamp. So we're meeting education code requirements. The next step would be to, if we have the direction for the budget reductions, and that's approved, then in essence we could bring the Medea agreement to the board for review after having those budget reductions in place, because we would be able to assert that we can pay for that agreement and again ensuing agreements and meet our commitment to the county with the AB 1200 disclosure document. The county, again, who has been working with us to review hand in hand, would have no other recourse than to say, you've done the work you can do to meet your bills, while our second interim budget report will identify us as being qualified. After those reductions, that in essence will get changed because we'd be putting ourselves right back on course for at least the current year and the next out year. There may be the 2 out years that we still have to work on a little bit, but it would still be making that huge impact in a positive way for our budget structure. So again, we can do this next Monday. It's just a matter of, again, what pieces of data will we have from now till then to make those decisions. Ms. Count?
So what I'm hearing is we absolutely need to vote on the PKS on March 9th in order to follow the law to get them mailed out by Friday the 13th. And that the vote on the total 14.5 budget reductions is not required by March 9th. However, we cannot move forward with the AB 1200, which is required before we can ratify the tentative agreement. Is that correct?
Correct.
So for that latter statement, does that include the reductions for the classified staff? We have to make the decisions for those before the AB 1200 can be...
You have to make decisions to have reductions to the classified staff. The specific areas can be yet determined for the PKS, but you're basically directing us to make reductions to the classified service.
And then what was the date of the PKS for the classified?
It's not date specific, but again, oftentimes it can come later in April. Our goal would be either the last meeting in March or the first meeting in April.
Other questions? And just, I would, since we kind of went through it, so I would echo the comments regarding, I don't think the monetary savings for replacement of the middle school and high school librarians with instructional media techs is worthwhile. I don't think it's economically, I don't think that it makes a large enough difference for us to contemplate that. And then I would just also say I think I would like more information about the middle school sports. I know there are a number of questions regarding that. And then just one other one would be the athletic directors, reducing the FTE of those. I just know we had looked at having a district-wide athletic director a while back, and that was something we did not move forward with, but just an understanding of what impacts that would have on the athletic directors, because I think those go a lot to the overall student experience. Athletics are, at our high school level, very important, so having an understanding of that. Those would be my other requests. Are there any other requests for clarifications, more information, or anything else from board members?
better understand the IB, I mean, we're talking about the IB coordinator, what's the impact on the program, and I think there was some discussion about the program at Oak Grove versus, and why do we, I'm just talking about that.
Ms. Mayor, anything else? All right, with that, I will remind everyone to vote tomorrow, if you haven't already. Oh, sorry, all right, we'll move along from 9.3 to 9.1, which, can we do it on Monday, or do we need to do it now? Okay, then we'll do that now. All right, do I have a motion? We'll just take a voice. I'm having trouble.
Oh.
Voice. We'll just do voice vote. So I need a motion on item 9.1. Remember to vote tomorrow.
We have to vote for 3, right? Or 2?
It's, the ballot says vote for no more than 3 candidates, and there are 4 candidates listed.
So can we do individual?
If someone wants to make a motion for all 3, we can do that. If someone wants to make a motion for one particular individual, we can do that. So it is.
Well, I can attempt to do it for all 3, see if that works.
I would not fight you on that.
So I would move that we vote for Marina Ramos, Pauline Rivera Alwood, and Mary Richard.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay. Discussion? I will call for the vote. We'll do a voice vote. Start with Ms. Count.
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the motion carries 4-1. With that, we are adjourned.
Wait a minute, you got one point.
That was, well, I had all the cards on it. So, okay, so 10.1, if no one brings it up, then it would die for lack of a motion, but we would have 10.1.
No, I do not, I'm sorry. I did not. I just didn't.
Okay, dies for lack of a.
That's an agenda item, so it has to be, so people are ready to speak on it.
Okay, I thought we had all the cards. Do you have a card on it, Mr. Mims?
We haven't put it in, it's not through the way.
All right, here we go. Mr. Mims, come on down, 10.1.
Have we gone through all the cards on all the
I believe we had gone through, I had announced earlier, so sorry, we had some people who had spoken on multiple ones and we had changed some of the items. So I apologize if I missed it. If anyone has a card who has not spoken on an item, let me know, but I do have Mr. Mims right here, 10.1.
Well, I want to say one thing, that you operate under Robert Rules of Order, I assume. So all the agenda items have to be followed upon. So 10.0 was never called.
Yes, sir, I apologize. I went offline, so I wasn't looking behind, so I apologize.
Well, I'm just making sure, because I can't let that go. Anyway, I'm listening to listening to all this stuff here, and you guys kind of mix them all in one time. So I think that when you're talking about programs and what you're going to cut, you need to look at programs that have really not been successful at all. I mean, I heard you mention that you want to save the iReady program, but the iReady program has not been successful to the African American subgroup. I have come up here and talked about those terrible test scores, talking about the state assessment scores, and the lower subgroup, the African American subgroup. So when you talk about a program that's being successful, it may be successful to all the other groups, but not to the African American students. So that's somewhat concerning to me. The other thing about these cuts, my other concern is, historically and traditionally, the African American folks have been the last hired and first fired. And so when you're making these cuts, I would encourage you to think about the equity and the diversity component, because so the cuts, what kind of an impact will it have on the diversity and the equity within the school district? What kind of impact will it have on the administrators, the teachers, the classified employees? And so will all these cuts affect them more than anyone else? So I think the cuts, you should seriously take those cuts into consideration when you're looking at to ensure that the employees who are left look like some of the students that they face, and that is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I believe that was my last card. Going once. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.